Chapter 230. The world origin power in Qin Hao's body was so powerful that it shook the world. Blessed by the world origin, he seemed to be able to gather all the power of the myriad continent into himself. The aura made Jiang Zuling frown deeply. He sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. When did this kid become so powerful? Jiang Zuling wondered in his heart. He could clearly feel that Qin Hao was different from before. It was as if he'd become a different person. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Let me tell you, no one is born high and mighty. Even an earthworm can ascend to the heavens and become a dragon. Qin Hao attacked. Purple lightning flashed in his hand with surging power. This was the Thunder Sky Sparrow's ability. Lightning interwove as soon as it was used, turning into a lightning sparrow that charged at Jiang Zuling. With Qin Hao's great fortune as the son of the heavens, all kinds of opportunities and abilities came easily to him. Jiang Zuling snorted. Although Qin Hao's state was a bit strange, he was still no match for him. Not only did he have the spiritual king body, but his strength had also skyrocketed after obtaining Qin Hao's innate spiritual bone. Therefore, Jiang Zuling was confident that he could suppress Qin Hao. Jiang Zuling also counterattacked. A spiritual qi palm struck out, compressing the air to the extreme with an ear-piercing sonic boom. The two immediately became entangled in a fight. The two Dao protectors watched from the side. Jiang Zuling didn't say anything, so they wouldn't interfere. The necessary tempering still had to be done. Jiang Zuling's entire body surged with spiritual qi. His every move was imbued with dense spiritual qi and extremely powerful. This was the advantage of the spiritual king body. What surprised Jiang Zuling was that Qin Hao's cultivation wasn't much weaker than his. Moreover, when he unleashed the world's origin energy, even he felt that it was a little tricky. It seems that I have to get serious. Jiang Zuling narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't want to fail miserably and become one of the geniuses of the immortal region, defeated by geniuses of the lower worlds. Myriad Dao, spiritual stove. Jiang Zuling's spiritual power and spiritual qi surged, condensing into a furnace in the air. The opening of the furnace seemed to be able to refine all things. This was one of the Jiang family's great combat arts. Its power was terrifying. When Qin Hao saw this, he slapped out with his palm. It was accompanied by a 5-colored energy tide that swept out and spread out. Behind him, a cluster of colorful and strange substances vaguely appeared. It really is the world origin. Jiang Zuling's eyes burned with passion. If one were to ask what was the most precious and tempting opportunity in the lower realm, it would be the most precious. Nothing could surpass the world's origin. Being able to obtain even one ball was already a great opportunity. Haha, Qin Hao, you're simply my gift giver. I want this world source. Jiang Zuling laughed loudly, and the myriad spiritual stove of myriad Tao collided with Qin Hao's world's origin giant handprint, causing a shockwave. Jiang Zuling landed in front of Qin Hao with a mysterious movement technique and sneered. Qin Hao, have a taste of your own innate divine ability. Jiang Zuling's chest flashed with light. It was the innate spirit bone glowing. Although the innate spiritual bone was far from being comparable to the supreme bone, it was still a rather good special physique. A blazing beam of spiritual power shot out of the innate spirit bone. However, who would have thought that an icy cold smile would suddenly surface on Qin Hao's face? You want to use my bone to deal with me? You're really courting death. Qin Hao roared. His chest actually burst forth with light once again, and it was extremely dazzling. What you? Jiang Zuling was really surprised and let out a cry of surprise. He had never heard that the innate spirit bone could be reborn again after being dug out. I, Qin Hao, am favored by the world. I rose against the trend just to deal with an inhumane person like you. The light from Qin Hao's chest directly swallowed the light beam of Jiang Zuling's innate spirit bone. Then, without slowing down, It charged toward Jiang Zuling. Jiang Zuling hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was still grazed, bringing out a spray of blood. Damn it! Jiang Zuling's face darkened. Qin Hao's luck was too heaven-defying. How dare you hurt young master? You're courting death. The two protectors' faces also darkened, and they couldn't help but attack. At this moment, Qin Hao said coldly, "Don't you dare to attack me!" Hearing this, the two protectors were a bit dumbfounded. Where did this ant from the lower world get the courage to speak to them in such a tone? They were saints. Seeing this, Qin Hao clapped his hands. In the distance, saint realm fluctuations suddenly erupted. Several saints appeared at the same time. Among these saints, there were saints from the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan. There was also a saint with pitch-black wings on his back and burning with black flames. This made Jiang Zuling and the two protectors' expressions change. What shocked them even more was yet to come. In the void, a spatial cage appeared. In it was the petite figure of Linglong. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her black hair was tied into two ponytails. Her eyelashes were long, her eyes were bright, her nose was straight, and her lips were like cherry blossoms. At this moment, her watery eyes were full of grievance, and her little face was full of depression and unhappiness. She pursed her lips. Who else could it be but Jiang Luoli? Cousin? Jiang Zuling was a bit stunned. He thought that the family didn't let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world. But now what was going on? Boo-hoo! Cousin, save me! Jiang Luoli felt very wronged. Indeed, the Jiang family didn't plan to let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world. After all, Jiang Luoli was the apple of the Jiang family's eye and was doted on by the elders. How could they bear to let Jiang Luoli go to the lower world to suffer, not to mention the risks? With Jiang Luoli's primordial spirit, Tao body, as long as she stayed in the family to cultivate, she would naturally grow up. There was no need to take risks and suffer. However, after learning that Jun Xiaoyao had gone to the lower world, Jiang Luoli made up her mind to go there. Therefore, Jiang Luoli didn't tell anyone, nor did she have any protectors by her side. She secretly ran out and used a special method to go to the lower world. However, after going to the lower world, she was caught when she wanted to find Jun Xiaoyao. However, these people seemed to know that she was related to Jiang Zuling, so they didn't kill her. They just imprisoned her and used her as a bargaining chip. Miss, the two protectors of the Jiang family saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. Jiang Luoli's identity and status were much more important than Jiang Zuling's. How dare you imprison my cousin? Do you want to die? Jiang Zuling shouted coldly. Although he was cold and cruel, he was only like this to people in the lower world. Jiang Luoli's status was higher than his, and she was his cousin. Jiang Zuling didn't dare to be careless. Boo-hoo! You big bad guys, how dare you imprison me? If Brother Xiaoyao knows, he will definitely beat you up. Jiang Luoli felt wronged. The twin ponytails behind her small head drooped down, making her look like a lop-eared rabbit. She finally went to the lower world and wanted to see Brother Xiaoyao, who she missed day and night. In the end, he was caught like a rabbit in a cage. Jiang Luoli felt wronged, and tears welled up in her eyes. I feel bitter, but I won't say it. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 231. Seeing Jiang Luoli on the verge of tears, Jiang Zuling's eyes burned with anger. Jiang Luoli was the apple of the Jiang family's eye, the little princess who was loved by everyone. She was also lively and cute, and many elders of the Jiang family loved her. If anything happened to Jiang Luoli because of him, the elders of the Jiang family would skin him alive. You aunt. Jiang Zuling's face was extremely gloomy. Hearing Jiang Zuling call him an aunt, Qin Hao's face was full of coldness. He attacked again and completely unleashed his strength. As for Jiang Zuling, because of Jiang Luoli, he didn't dare to fight with all his strength. Therefore, he was suppressed by Qin Hao for a while. The two protectors were also restrained by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. As followers of the Jun family, do you really want to go against the Jiang family? A protector of the Jiang family said coldly. Everyone in the mystic region knew that the Jun family and the Jiang family were in the same boat. The followers of the Jun family naturally knew, but they still wanted to go against the Jiang family. Humph, we're no longer followers of the Jun family. The ancient demon clan will never be slaves, and the ancient demon clan will never be slaves. The saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan said coldly. Their words were full of confidence. Seeing this, the two protectors of the Jiang family understood in their hearts. The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan must have someone supporting them. That was why they were so fearless and even dared to betray the Jun family. They looked again at the saint with black wings on his back and black flames around him. The Netherworld Sparrow Clan. The two saints' eyes flashed. This clan was also one of the 10 sinful clans suppressed by the Jun family. They didn't expect them to break out of the seal. Now the situation was a bit tricky. Jiang Luoli was in their hands, and there were 3 saints present. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. On the other side, Jiang Zuling didn't use his full strength because of his scruples, so he was suppressed and had some injuries on his body. You, Ant, don't you claim to be the embodiment of justice? Why would you use such despicable means? Jiang Zuling mocked coldly. To deal with extraordinary people, extraordinary methods must be used. For someone like you who has committed so much sin, it is normal to use any method. Qin Hao said in a dignified manner. He used another powerful technique. The origin power of the world surged and turned into a heaven-suppressing seal that suppressed Jiang Zuling. Jiang Zuling also retaliated. Right at this moment, Qin Hao's footsteps suddenly flashed, and he landed in front of Jiang Zuling with extreme speed before striking out with his palm. You think you can deal with me with this kind of child's play? Jiang Zuling sneered and blocked the attack. Suddenly, a black flame flashed by Qin Hao's side. Soon after, a beautiful young girl with black wings on her back suddenly appeared and attacked together with Qin Hao. What? Jiang Zuling's mind went blank for a moment. In the next moment, there was a loud boom. Jiang Zuling spat out blood and flew backward. His chest was charred black and badly mutilated. Lord! The two protectors' expressions changed. They were about to attack, but they were restrained by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan. You! Jiang Zuling stabilized himself and spat out another mouthful of blood. He stared at the black-winged girl with a deadly expression. You took Qin Hao's bone. Today you will pay for it, the black-winged girl said coldly. You are the 9 secret underworld Sparrow clan. Jiang Zuling's expression was terrible. He didn't expect Qin Hao to have such a trump card. Qin Hao sneered and said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you digging out my bone, I might not have met 9 underworld. As he spoke, he looked at 9 underworld with a gentle gaze. When Qin Hao's bone was dug out by Jiang Zuling, and he was on the verge of death, it was 9 underworld's appearance that saved him. Then she accompanied him all the way to his rise. Qin Hao also went to the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan for 9 underworld sparrow clan to find a way to break the seal. There was already a deep relationship between the two of them. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Jiang Zuling was somewhat regretful, his expression dark. However, he didn't know. In the usual plot, he was just Qin Hao's stepping stone. Qin Hao would use him as a stepping stone to rise up and then completely rise up. 9 underworlds, let's attack and kill him. Qin Hao's eyes were cold as he spoke. Generally speaking, cutting the grass without removing the roots and talking a lot of nonsense were the characteristics of villains. As the protagonist, Qin Hao wouldn't make such mistakes. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Zuling. You really dare to kill me? Jiang Zuling's eyes surged with murderous intent. Even if I don't kill you, you will kill me. In that case, why don't I kill you first? After Qin Hao finished speaking, he didn't say anything else and attacked Jiang Zuling with 9 underworld. His 2 protectors were completely locked down by the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan and couldn't help at all. Damn it! Seeing Qin Hao and 9 underworld coming at him, Jiang Zuling's expression was very ugly. He probably didn't know that, as a villain, he was born to be trampled on by Qin Hao. Am I really going to die in the hands of ants from the lower world today? Jiang Zuling suddenly thought. Cousin. Jiang Luoli, who was imprisoned by the spatial cage, also paled. Although Jiang Zuling was only her distant cousin, and they didn't have a deep family relationship. However, Jiang Zuling was still family. Jiang Luoli naturally didn't want to see her family die. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, a terrifying arrow pierced through the void and came from afar. Qin Hao, watch out! 9 underworld's expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around to block. Meanwhile, another beautiful figure flashed over with extreme speed from another direction, and it charged towards 9 Nether. Who is it? 9 underworld scolded coldly. Qin Hao also turned around, taking action to resist. Rumble. Shockwaves exploded, shaking the sky. In the distance, a bare-chested young man with a sun totem branded on his chest and holding the star execution, bow of destruction, appeared. It was Yu. His 9 arrows were released in succession, shooting murderously at Qin Hao. At the same time, on the other side, a woman in a tight black dress appeared. She was slender and beautiful. Her skin was extremely white, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. There was a pair of black and white wings on her back that flowed with yin and yang qi. She looked like a beautiful dark fallen angel. It was Yan Qingying. The fallen angel wings on her back flapped, and she attacked 9 underworld. Due to the fact that this scene was too sudden, the people present were all stunned for a long time before they managed to regain their senses. Jiang Zuling was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why this person suddenly appeared to help him. Just as the saints of the ancient demon race, ancient monster race, and 9 netherworld sparrow race were attracted by Yu and Yan Qingying. Behind the spatial cage that imprisoned Jiang Luoli, a white-robed figure holding a sword quietly appeared. He slashed at the spatial cage. The cage was instantly shattered and a crack appeared. "Come out, you silly girl!" The white-clothed figure spoke with a sigh and a hint of helplessness. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 232. Jiang Luoli, who had been staying in the space cage with a bitter look on her face, heard the gentle voice, and her twin ponytails perked up. She turned around and saw the handsome man she had been thinking about day and night. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was shrouded in celestial light. There was a hint of helplessness on his flawless face. Who else could it be but Jun Xiaoyao, Brother Xiaoyao? Jiang Luoli was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses. She suddenly shouted out, and her face was flushed with excitement. Then, like a swallow returning to its nest, she pounced on Jun Xiaoyao. Her white and thin limbs wrapped tightly around Jun Xiaoyao like an octopus. She was like a cute pendant. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. If it were not for his strong, sacred body of the ancients, he would have been suffocated by Jiang Luoli's small arms and legs. "Get down." Jun Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. He could be indifferent to anyone and be very indifferent to them. Only this silly girl gave him a headache and a headache. She was also Jun Xiaoyao's daughter-in-law, although Jun Xiaoyao did not admit it himself. "No, Brother Xiaoyao, I came to the lower realm to see you, but I was kidnapped." "Boo-hoo!" Jiang Luoli's snowy legs were wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's waist, and her white arms were wrapped around his neck as she complained in his ear. "Who would dare to kidnap you? The little princess of the Jiang family. Isn't that suicide?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head. "Humph, there's someone who doesn't know his place." Jiang Luoli pouted and snorted. Jun Xiaoyao ignored Jiang Luoli, who was clinging to him, and looked around. He immediately saw the ancient demons, and the saints of the Netherworld Sparrow clan. Only then did they realize what was going on, and their faces were cold. "Who are you?" The ancient demon saint shouted coldly. However, the two protectors of the Jiang family looked extremely excited when they saw that Jun Xiaoyao had saved Jiang Luoli. They cupped their hands and greeted him. "This old man greets the son of God of the Jun family. Thank you, son of God, for saving the young miss." The two protectors were very excited. Just now they were having a headache about how to save Jiang Luoli and Jiang Zuling. In the blink of an eye, all the problems were solved. Jiang Luoli was rescued, and Jiang Zuling also escaped a calamity. Who is the son of God of the Jun family? Qin Hao, whose plan was ruined, had an ugly expression. He naturally didn't know who Jun Xiaoyao was, or what kind of status he had in the immortal realm. A frog at the bottom of a well would never be able to see the vastness of the ocean. "You are Qin Hao." Jun Xiaoyao stared at Qin Hao, his countenance as cold as the heavens. This kind of indifferent gaze caused Qin Hao to feel extremely displeased. It was the same look of disdain and indifference again. As for Jiang Zuling, she was extremely surprised and said, "Thank you, brother-in-law, for saving us." "Brother-in-law?" Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head slightly. When did he become someone else's brother-in-law? Jiang Luoli, who was hanging on his body, chuckled and winked at Jiang Zuling. She meant, "Well done." The saints of the ancient demon clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were surprised when they heard the words, "Son of God of the Jun family." Faintly, there was also a trace of fear. After all, once bitten, twice shy. Now that they heard the words, "Jun family," the saints of the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were scared. "Who cares? Let's take him down first." The saints of the ancient demons looked at each other and charged at Jun Xiaoyao. If they were able to suppress the divine child, then the Jun family would at least be a little more cautious against them. However, they were still too naive. Patriarch Dongxian and Gu Yuan flashed out and collided with the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. The two protectors of the Jiang family also made their moves, filled with anger. The Jiang family and the Jun family together had 4 saints against the 3 saints of the ancient demon clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan. Jun Xiaoyao did not attack for the time being. Instead, he looked at Qin Hao. Qin Hao saw this scene, and his face turned slightly pale. He knew that his plan had completely failed. Not only did he fail to kill Jiang Zuling, but he had also put himself in danger. And all of this was because of the white-robed man. Just as Qin Hao was filled with resentment, a beautiful woman's scream rang out. Hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly turned his head and saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Half of 9 Nether's black wings had been torn apart by Yan Qingying, and blood splattered in the sky. Yan Qingying's eyes were deep like the stars in the night sky, with a hint of coldness. Although she acted like a little girl in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was as cold as the Queen of Darkness when facing her enemies. Jun Xiaoyao's words were the highest order. 9 Nether was Qin Hao's little sister. However, her strength was only at the level of a genius. Although she was very outstanding among her peers, she could not be too strong. Yan Qingying was one of the 10 heaven-defying children. Although the world's origin had been given to Jun Xiaoyao, she was still the successor of the god-swallowing demonic technique. In addition, Yan Qingying had devoured the fallen son of God and the demon god bloodline of the Sky Demon Prince. Her strength had also skyrocketed to a terrifying level. It was more than enough to deal with 9 Nether. Die! Yan Qingying attacked and activated the god-swallowing demonic technique. A pitch-black, devouring vortex appeared in the void and erupted with a suction force, trying to pull 9 Nether into it. No. 9 Nether struggled with all her might. She was the strongest genius of the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan, but now, in front of Yenqing, she did not have much strength to resist. In just a short moment, 9 Nether's delicate body was pulled into the devouring vortex. Her delicate body exploded inch by inch, turning into pure flesh and blood energy that was absorbed by Yenqing. 9 Nether! Ah! Qin how gnashed his teeth in grief and indignation. He felt as if his heart was being torn apart. That was the beauty who had accompanied him all the way. They even agreed that after everything calmed down, they would find a place to quietly spend the rest of their lives. But now, everything beautiful was shattered before his eyes. Jiang Zuling laughed loudly. He was very happy, and the resentment in his heart was finally released. Qin Hao's eyes were as red as blood. At this moment, an arrow suddenly pierced through his back. Qin Hao hurriedly dodged, but his shoulder was still pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. How dare you be distracted while fighting me? You're courting death. Yu's eyes were cold. He looked at 9 Nether, who had turned into a bloody mist, looked at Yu's cold and disdainful eyes, and looked at Jiang Zuling's happy laughter. Qin Hao was about to go crazy. His blood surged, and he felt like he was about to explode. Suddenly, his blood-red eyes locked onto Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing indifferently on the horizon. It's him. It's all his fault. If he hadn't appeared and ruined my plan, 9 Nether wouldn't have died. Even if I, Qin Hao, die today, I'll drag you down with me. Qin Hao roared at the sky, completely unleashing his little universe as the main character. His blood and qi surged to the 9 heavens, and the innate spiritual bone in his chest also began to tremble, bursting with unprecedented brilliance. He also activated the world origin energy of the myriad continent to the extreme. Die! Qin Hao exploded with all his strength, and like a flaming meteor, he attacked Jun Xiaoyao. Even if Jun Xiaoyao was a god, Qin Hao would defy the heavens and slay him. Chapter 233. At this moment, Qin Hao was going all out. His little universe had reached its limit. The power of the connate spirit bone and the origin energy of the world. The two forces were pushed to the extreme at the same time. They even merged together to form a destructive attack. Feeling this aura, even Jiang Zuling, who had been disdainful of Qin Hao before, was shocked. He asked himself if he was in Qin Hao's position. Even if he might not be killed instantly, he would at least be severely injured and lose his ability to fight. These geniuses from the lower worlds are each more heaven-defying than the other. Jiang Zuling was a little scared. Of course, he didn't know that these heaven-defying geniuses from the lower worlds were best at challenging those of a higher level and using hacks. One of the characteristics of the heaven-defying geniuses was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. Qin Hao had obviously taken advantage of this characteristic to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Hao was determined to die together with Jun Xiaoyao. He also thought he could do it. However, he didn't see the mockery and disdain in the eyes of Yenqing and Yu. Rumble. Qin Hao was like a burning meteor. Wherever he passed, the void trembled and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. As expected of the heaven-defying geniuses, this Qin Hao is quite imposing. Seeing Qin Hao charging at him fiercely, Jun Xiaoyao's face was as calm as an ancient well. He even commented like an outsider who was watching a show. Brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli's eyes were filled with worry. At this moment, Qin Hao's aura made her snow-white skin have goosebumps, and she felt a sense of danger. She didn't want Jun Xiaoyao to be hurt at all. Huh. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. The corner of his lips curled up. He said calmly, "Hold on tight." Huh. Jiang Luoli didn't react. Jun Xiaoyao reached out his right hand and activated the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant. Golden blood rose and turned into a divine elephant that suppressed the universe. At the same time, the power of the 70 origin immortal bones exploded forth. Immortal light and divine energy surged like an ocean. If one were to say that the current Qin Hao was a heaven-defying god of war in the mortal world, then Jun Xiaoyao would be the supreme divine king who could suppress the universe. Jun Xiaoyao held onto Jiang Luoli's slender waist with his left hand, preventing her from being blown away by the ripples of transcendence energy. His right hand clenched into a fist, fusing 7 billion gene of divine force with the power of the 70 origin immortal bones as he punched at Qin Hao. Wherever the fist spread out, space shattered inch by inch. The two figures collided in an instant. In an instant, heaven and earth lost their voices and fell into absolute silence. Only a dazzling brilliance slowly spread out from the center of the two of them. After a few breaths of time, the light spread out rapidly. At the same time, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. Even Patriarch Dongxian, Guyuan, the guardians of the Jiang family, and the saints of the ancient demons, ancient monsters, and 9 netherworld sparrows who were fighting were affected by the ripples and couldn't help but look over. Yu, Yan Qingying, Su Ziqiang, the 9-headed lion, and Jiang Zuling all stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. A gust of wind blew past, blowing away the dust. The scene inside was also revealed. Jun Xiaoyao held on to Jiang Luoli with his left hand and reached out with his right hand, punching through Qin Hao's chest. Qin Hao seemed to be frozen in the void, his face filled with disbelief. Viscous blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Qin Hao said with difficulty, his face as pale as a sheet. He couldn't accept the result at all. He had unleashed all of his strength, unleashed all of his skills, and unleashed his ultimate move. Jun Xiaoyao had blocked it with a single hand. The most infuriating thing was that Jun Xiaoyao was still holding onto the girl with his left hand. This was a real case of hugging a girl to death. Don't use your insignificant body to challenge the dignity of the Son of God. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was cold like a god. Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli, who was in his arms, her face was as gorgeous as the sun reflecting the snow. Her eyes were filled with stars and splendor. Jun Xiaoyao was simply too handsome and mesmerizing at the moment. She felt extremely safe being in his arms. My brother-in-law is so flirtatious. Jiang Zuling was speechless, not far away. She was secretly envious, hugging a girl with his left hand and killing the enemy with his right, suppressing everything with a single move. This was not something that anyone could do. Yu's eyes also revealed a look of worship. As for Yan Qingying, she looked at Jiang Luoli in Jun Xiaoyao's arms with a trace of envy in her dark eyes. Since Jiang Zuling dug out your bone once, then this son of God will kindly accept your bone after nirvana. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. His right hand directly grabbed the pure white spirit bone that had undergone nirvana from Qin Hao's chest. Ah! Qin Hao let out a roar. The tearing pain made him go crazy. Jiang Luoli buried her little head in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, unwilling to see the bloody scene. Not bad. Seeing this bone, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. This nirvana connate spirit bone could be used as nourishment for his supreme bone. Cough, cough. Qin Hao coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he smiled bitterly. This was the second time his bone had been dug out. He was defeated, completely defeated. He thought that he could die together with Jun Xiaoyao, but in the end, it was just a matter of a punch. The gap between the two was too big. What did I do wrong to cause the dynasty to be destroyed, my family to be destroyed, and even 9 nether to die? Qin Hao was devastated. He had done nothing wrong, but Jiang Zuling's arrival had ruined everything for him. Now, not only was 9 nether dead, even his nirvana bone was taken away by Jun Xiaoyao. Qin Hao was 2F** king miserable. There was no pity on Jun Xiaoyao's face. Strictly speaking, this matter was indeed Jiang Zuling's fault. To Qin Hao, he was a villain who had committed the most heinous crimes. But so what? Jiang Zuling was a member of the Jiang family, and half of the Jiang family's blood flowed in Jun Xiaoyao's body. If he didn't help Jiang Zuling, would he put righteousness before family and help Qin Hao? Obviously not. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't sane at all. He wouldn't restrict himself with simple concepts of good and evil. Jun Xiaoyao would protect those on his side even if they'd committed heinous crimes. What about helping reason or not helping relatives? That's all nonsense. Jun Xiaoyao would protect his own to the end. Let me warn you before you die. Only children know right and wrong. Adults only look at the pros and cons. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head faintly and slapped out with a palm. Qin Hao laughed bitterly. He had no power to resist and was smashed into a bloody pulp by Jun Xiaoyao's palm. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed. The world essence of the myriad continent was taken into his bag. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao had obtained 4 balls of world essence. If I can gather all 10 worlds' essence and use it as a foundation to ascend the altar of martyrs, I might really be able to open up an unprecedented path. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself and confirmed his goal. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 234. To open up a path that no one had ever walked before. Not only did it require great courage, great perseverance, and great talent, but also great opportunities. And the origin of the 10 realms was the greatest opportunity. Before, even Jun Zhantian only wanted Jun Xiaoyao to get a ball of origin of the world. In Jun Zhantian's opinion, a ball of origin of the world was enough to become a supreme immortal seed and give Jun Xiaoyao an immortal foundation. But now, even Jun Zhantian did not expect that his grandson would be so ambitious to gather all the origin of the 10 realms. Nothing like this had ever happened since ancient times. No one would have such ambition. But this time, the 10 realms were in chaos, and the origin of the 10 realms had appeared. This was the best opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao would not miss this opportunity. Seeing Qin Hao and Juyo die, the saint of the Netherworld Sparrow clan also roared. What are you all arguing about? Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Then he took out the holy body of the fallen. He punched out, shattering the void for thousands of miles. The saint of the Netherworld Sparrow clan was unable to resist and was punched by the holy body of the fallen. This scene stunned not only the saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan, but also the 2 protectors of the Jiang family. They both felt an extremely dangerous aura from the holy body of the fallen. Then, the holy body of the fallen's fist vibrated and blasted toward the 2 saints of the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan. Of course, this time, Jun Xiaoyao did not directly kill them. Instead, he severely injured them, because he still wanted to pry out the mastermind behind the scenes from these 2. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt a pain in his head. Jun Xiaoyao directly cut off the connection with the holy body of the fallen. The time is getting shorter and shorter, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. The time he could connect with the holy body of the fallen was getting shorter and shorter. He should be unable to use it after 1 or 2 more times. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not feel that it was a pity. He had only used the holy physique of the fallen in the lower worlds. He no longer needed it when he returned to the Huangtian mystic realm. After the saints of the ancient demons and ancient demons were severely injured, they were controlled by old ancestor Dongxian and Guyuan. Jun Xiaoyao walked up to them and said coldly, "Tell me, who gave you the courage to betray the Jun family?" The ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan would never dare to betray the Jun family, even if they were given 10,000 guts. There must be someone supporting them from behind. The saint of the ancient demons snorted coldly and said, "Humph, the winner takes all. Even though the 2 of us have lost, the catastrophe is not over. The Jun family will never be able to control everything. You're a prisoner, yet you're still so stubborn. You're very brave." Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Then he immediately used the superpower of the chaotic divine grindstone visualization method. The chaotic divine grindstone. This primal chaos divine grindstone was simply a terrifying method of torturing one's soul. Even the assassins from the nether heaven couldn't withstand such torture. Even though Jun Xiaoyao was facing two saints, they were severely injured. However, these two sages were severely injured, and their strength had fallen to rock bottom. Coupled with the suppression of old ancestor Dongxian and Gu Yuan, their divine palace primordial spirits were also weakened to the extreme. Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic divine grindstone was still effective. What the hell is this? The saints of the ancient demons and ancient demons cried out in pain with bloodshot eyes. The pain of having their primordial spirits pulled into the chaotic divine grindstone and being repeatedly crushed was thousands of times more painful than being dismembered. This was definitely not a pain that ordinary people could endure. After a long period of torture, the two saints finally couldn't take it anymore and revealed some secrets. Not only did the two clans collude with the sinners, but they also colluded with the creatures of the archaic divine mountain in the lower world. The archaic divine mountain in the lower world was related to the Archean royalty of the mystic realm. For example, the top royal clans of Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Ancient Crocodile Lake, and so on. Qilin Ancient Cave and Ancient Crocodile Lake are also involved? Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Qilin Ancient Cave and Ancient Crocodile Lake were also top Archean royalty, and their strength was not inferior to Zulong and Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. However, on second thought, it was understandable. The Archean royalty had always regarded the human race as ants and had caused many disturbances in ancient times. As the top clan of the ancients of the human race and one of the three royal clans, the Jun family naturally had conflicts with the Archean royalty. Over time, the Jun family had almost offended more than half of the Archean royalty. The remaining half of the Archean royalty did not have a huge grudge with the Jun family, but they did not have a good impression of them either. This was also the reason why the Jun family had not completely destroyed Zulong despite being so powerful. As long as the Jun family went against Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Ancient Crocodile Lake, and other royal clans would not sit idly by. Although the Jun family was not afraid of these Archean royalty, they would still suffer some losses. The Jun family had allies like the Jiang family of the ancients. However, if a war were to break out, it would not be a war between two forces. It would involve many forces, and the entire Huangtian mystic realm would be turned upside down. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that the Archean royalty is backing you up. Unfortunately, you are just pawns of the Archean royalty to provoke the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's tone was cold. The ancient demons and ancient demons used the Archean royalty as their backing. However, the Archean royalty had never taken them seriously. The ancient demons and ancient demons were just pawns used to provoke the Jun family. They were the kind that would be thrown away when they were done using them. It was ridiculous that these two clans thought that the Archean royalty would give them freedom and protect them for the rest of their lives. There is only one outcome for those who betray the Jun family, and that is to be annihilated. Not only you, but the ancient demons and ancient demons are not allowed to appear in the entire mystic realm for hundreds of millions of years. Jun Xiaoyao's words were cold, like a judgment from the heavens. This was no longer directed at the two clans in the lower worlds, but at the bloodline of the entire ancient demons and ancient demons. Jun Xiaoyao's words directly cut off the bloodline of the two clans. What right do you have to do this? Impossible. The Archean royalty will protect our clans. The two saints' eyes were bloodshot as they roared. Kill them. Jun Xiaoyao turned around and said. Grand Ancestor Dongxian and Gu Yuan raised their hands and clapped, shattering the bodies and primordial spirits of the two saints. At the same time, they were speechless. Jun Xiaoyao was killing them in their hearts. Not only would the ancient demons and ancient demons of the lower worlds die, but even the clans in the mystic realm would not be spared. The emperors of the human world would kill 9 clans if they did not agree with them. Jun Xiaoyao was not just killing 9 clans. He was uprooting the bloodline of the 2 clans. He was not going to be lenient. His methods were cruel and decisive. He was simply a hero of the world. My brother-in-law is 2F** king awesome. Jiang Zuling's eyes were also filled with admiration. With such a thigh, he definitely had to hug it tightly. He was even more determined to build a good relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jiang Luoli, she was still clinging to Jun Xiaoyao without caring about her image. Her delicate little face looked like a love-struck fool, and the corners of her tender red lips were dripping with sparkling saliva. The current Jun Xiaoyao was simply a cold, handsome, and black-bellied domineering CEO. He was the most attractive to a little girl like her. Why aren't you coming down? Jun Xiaoyao turned his head sideways and looked at Jiang Luoli, who was about to drool, and said with a slight headache, "Recommended reading, Load File 2013, Chapter 235. As the saying goes, everything has its weakness. Jiang Luoli was the daughter-in-law that Jiang Ro approved of, so Jun Xiaoyao really couldn't go too far with her. Otherwise, if Jiang Luoli went back and complained that Jun Xiaoyao bullied her, Jiang Ro would nag again. I finally came to the lower realm to see Big Brother Xiaoyao, and I'm imprisoned. Can't I ask for more hugs?" Jiang Luoli used her cute technique and raised her sparkling little face. Her big watery eyes seemed to be able to speak as she spoke pitifully. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. This cute technique was very lethal. But unfortunately, Jun Xiaoyao didn't fall for it. He wasn't a copper alchemist. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any reaction, Jiang Zuling was a little speechless. When Jiang Luoli acted coquettishly, the entire Jiang family couldn't wait to dote on her. However, this future brother-in-law of hers didn't feel anything at all. Was he really emotionless? Come down. Jun Xiaoyao sighed. Oh, seeing that her cute technique was useless, Jiang Luoli obediently let go of him. Jiang Luoli sometimes liked to act coquettishly, but she would never make trouble for no reason. However, at the thought that she could still spend some time with Jun Xiaoyao in the lower realm, Jiang Luoli giggled to herself again. This silly girl. Jun Xiaoyao was completely speechless. Jiang Luoli was an eccentric person, but she was actually very smart. However, whenever she was around Jun Xiaoyao, it was as if she had lost her mind, turning into an idiot. This might be a woman in love being brainless. Thank you for your help, brother-in-law. I'm very grateful. Jiang Zuling hurried forward and cupped her hands respectfully. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was silent. On the contrary, Jiang Luoli was a little bashful. She smiled shyly and said, "Cousin, I'm not that fast with Brother Xiaoyao yet." Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Was this girl really going to take advantage of him? It's been so long, but he hasn't grown any taller. He looked at Jiang Luoli's petite height and her flat chest. For a moment, Jun Xiaoyao even suspected that Jiang Luoli was like the 16th ancestor of the Jun family, who ate something like the Tao fruit of longevity and would never grow up. "Xiaoyao Gidge, you're saying I'm short again." When Jiang Luoli heard this, she pouted and puffed up her cheeks. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Luo Li is 5 meters tall. The pagoda suppresses the river demons. Luo Li doesn't grow tall, Jun Xiaoyao said honestly. Before this, Jiang Luoli was still on his chest. She could only reach his waist now. She didn't even need to kneel down when she bit him. And if they really wanted to carry on the family line, then it wouldn't be a step to the stomach, but a slip of the tongue. I'm not bad either. Jiang Luoli put her hands on her small waist and puffed out her small chest desperately. But she just couldn't puff it up. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head. He didn't have time to discuss physiological development with this silly girl. He turned to look at Jiang Zuling. I don't object to you doing those things to destroy the family, but be careful not to fail miserably. I can't always protect you. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Jiang Zuling nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if it weren't for Jun Xiaoyao's help this time, he and Jiang Luoli would probably be in danger. "Thank you, brother-in-law," Jiang Zuling said gratefully. "Can you change the way you address me?" Jun Xiaoyao had a headache. "Thank you, young master," Jiang Zuling said. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. Given his importance to the Jiang family, there was nothing wrong with calling him young master. Jun Xiaoyao did not let his guard down even after the matter was resolved. He still had to deal with the ancient god clan. In addition, Jun Xiaoyao also had to visit the primordial divine mountain on the Myriad continent. Since the Archean royalty wanted to intimidate the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao naturally wanted to intimidate the Archean royalty. It was impolite not to reciprocate. After a little reorganization, Jun Xiaoyao led this group of people to the ancient god clan's encampment. The ancient god clan was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient demon clan, the ancient monster clan, and the sinful clan. Originally, they were almost at their limit. Fortunately, the Dayan dynasty's team arrived in time to support them, so they were able to hold on. But even with the Dayan dynasty's support, it was still very difficult for them to win this battle. Because in addition to the ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan, there were also 4 sinful clans gathered here. They were the Blood Feather clan, the Golden Giant clan, the Earth Demon clan, and the Netherworld Sparrow clan. These 4 sinful clans were very strong, in addition to the ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan. It was already a miracle that the ancient god clan could hold on until now. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air. All kinds of magic power fluctuations shook the sky. Ancient god clan and the Dayan dynasty, you won't last long. An ancient demon saint sneered. That's right, it's time for you to be destroyed. An ancient monster saint sneered. The ancient god clan has suppressed us for so many years. It's time for revenge. A blood feather saint with a pair of crimson wings on his back spoke with extreme coldness. The ancient demon clan and ancient monster clan had rebelled and helped them break the seal. Therefore, the 4 sinful clans poured all their resentment and hatred onto the ancient god clan. Sinful clans are sinful clans. The blood of sinners flows in our veins. The ancient god clan is loyal to the Jun family. We will lay down our heads and spill our blood. We will never surrender. An ancient god saint shouted. Even though he was bathed in blood, he was still full of fighting spirit. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Kill them. The 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan, Saint said with murderous intent. The royal lords of Dayan approached an ancient god saint and said, "Don't worry. In the eyes of the Son of God, these sinful clans are nothing." After seeing the terrifying strength of the fallen holy body, the royal lords of Dayan were not worried about these sinful clans at all. There was even a trace of pity in their eyes. I hope the Son of God can come soon. We can't hold on for much longer. The ancient god saint sighed. Below, Juning Fong Han and the others were also fighting. Juning was thinking about Jun Xiaoyao while fighting. She didn't know when he would come. Fong Han was expressionless. Since Jun Xiaoyao appeared, the number of times Juning talked to him could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, she stayed with Jun Xiaoyao. This made Fong Han very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. Jun Xiaoyao was not someone he could mess with. Although Fong Han was narrow-minded and possessive, he was not stupid. He knew who he could mess with and who he couldn't. Even his father, the royal lords of Dayan, was just a servant in front of Jun Xiaoyao. What was he to her? However, during this period of fighting, Fong Han's strength continued to increase by sacrificing the sinful clans for the sacrificial talisman. But he didn't show it. He was going to use it as a trump card to make it easier for him to defeat the enemy. At this moment, there was an explosion in the sky. The saints of the ancient demon clan, the ancient monster clan, the Blood Feather clan, and the 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan were besieging an ancient god saint. They were going to kill him first. In terms of the number of saints, The ancient god clan, the ancient monster clan, and the 4 sinful clans far outnumbered the ancient god clan and the Dayan dynasty. Just as the ancient god saint was about to be killed, a towering figure with long hair and surging demonic will broke through the space and punched toward the ancient demon clan saint. Poof! His body collapsed and saint blood spilled. One punch to kill a saint. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 236. The sudden punch was out of everyone's expectations. What was even more shocking was that the ancient demon saint had been killed by a single punch. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was a saint powerhouse. Even in the deity region, he was a superior existence. However, at this moment, he was like an ant that had been killed in an instant. The scene was so shocking that the sinners, ancient demons, and ancient demons felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The Son of God is here! The royal lords of Dayan laughed when they saw this. The clansmen of the ancient god clan were also very excited. If the Black Heaven sect and the Dayan dynasty were 100% loyal to the June family, then the ancient god clan was 200% loyal. The reason was very simple. Back then, the ancient god clan was oppressed by the ancient demons and ancient demons. In the end, the June family saved the ancient god clan and took the 3 clans as their vassal forces. Therefore, the ancient god clan was very grateful to the June family and was naturally more loyal to the June family. The ancient demons and ancient demons could have taken over the ancient god clan, but they were stopped by the June family and were taken in as followers instead. Although the 2 clans seemed to be subservient, they were obviously resentful. After a long time of resentment and the primordial divine mountain's instigation, they decided to rebel. In the distant sky, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Jun Xiaoyao's expression became even colder. The ancient demons, and the 4 sinners. None of you can escape today. Jun Xiaoyao controlled the fallen saint physique and killed the remaining sinner saints. At the same time, he waved his hand and 6 star-splitting divine puppets tore through the void and shot out. Old ancestor Dongxian, Guyuan, and the beautiful quasi-saint woman also attacked. The June family of the deity region is here. These saint puppets are too strong, and that demonic shadow is too terrifying. Even a saint can't block his punch. The ancient god clan, the ancient demon clan, and the sin clan all let out cries of shock and pain. A fallen holy body was more than enough to break through their saint barriers. Not to mention that he had 6 star-splitting divine puppets to assist him. He was practically invincible. No saint would be able to withstand this terrifying power. Jun Xiaoyao's arrival had undoubtedly turned the situation around. At the same time, Jun Xiaoyao also made his move. His expression was extremely cold. Holding the coiling Emperor Time sword, he locked onto a young figure from the ancient demon clan. He was the strongest prodigy of the ancient demon clan, Gulai. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao charging over, Gulai's face turned cold and fierce as he shouted, "Who are you to the Jun family?" Jun Xiaoyao did not say a word, the corner of his mouth holding a wisp of indifference. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light carried the aura of time and swept out mightily. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was almost invincible among his peers. Together with the support of the coiling Emperor Time sword, those of the same generation as him could only say, "Good luck. You're courting death." Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao did not even bother to reply, Gulai felt humiliated. Demonic qi erupted from his body, making him look like a peerless demon. However, after Jun Xiaoyao's sword light swept past, he did not turn back and attacked the next person. Gulai's entire body seemed to have frozen in the air. Then, under the horrified gazes of all the sinners present, Qin Lai suddenly appeared. Gulai's body was blown away by the wind bit by bit like a weathered mountain rock. His entire body was blown away like sand. This made everyone's hair stand on end. This method was too strange. How would they know that this was the power of time of the coiling Emperor Time sword? If a true top expert wielded the coiling Emperor Time sword, one slash would be enough to turn everything within a radius of 10,000 miles into ashes. The current Jun Xiaoyao obviously had not reached that level yet. However, it was enough to deal with people like Gulai. Liar! One of the ancient demon clan's saints screamed angrily with blood-red eyes. However, in the next moment he was instantly killed by a punch from the fallen saint physique. Jun Xiaoyao continued to attack the next person. The young prodigy of the ancient demon clan was also slaughtered by Jun Xiaoyao. Then it was the prodigies of the Blood Feather clan, Golden Giant clan, Earth Demon clan, and 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan. Jun Xiaoyao's decisiveness and strength set off waves in the hearts of everyone present. Jun Ying, Er's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor as she stared at Jun Xiaoyao without blinking. This was a true peerless hero, invincible and invincible. Seeing this, Feng Han felt powerless. Even with the help of the god's sacrificial talisman, he had concealed a lot of his strength. However, if he were to challenge Jun Xiaoyao one-on-one now, Feng Han probably did not have the confidence and courage to do so. As expected of Big Brother Xiaoyao, he could have made a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his strength. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes sparkled. Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was wantonly slaughtering the prodigies of their clans, the sinful saints were so angry that their hearts were bleeding. They wanted to slap Jun Xiaoyao to death, but they were blocked by the fallen Saint Physique and the star-splitting divine puppet. They could not even get close to Jun Xiaoyao. Following that, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. The fallen Saint Physique slaughtered the saints. Jun Xiaoyao slaughtered the sinful prodigies. Run! No one can stop this demonic shadow. Even the saints could not withstand a punch from him. What kind of monster is he? Demon. That white-robed man is a demon. It's too tragic. He killed hundreds and thousands of our young elites with one swing of his sword. Miserable cries could be heard from all directions. The ancient demon clan, and the sinful clans finally lost their confidence and wanted to retreat. But was it that simple? If Jun Xiaoyao said he wanted to exterminate them, then he would. Whether it was the 2 rebel clans or the 4 sinful clans, they would all be exterminated. Ancient God clan, Dayan dynasty, heed my command. Kill the 2 rebel clans and the 4 sinful clans. Leave no one alive. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the 9 heavens with a sword in hand. His tone was cold and murderous, like a divine king clad in white robes. As the Son of God commands, mighty voices rang out from all directions. The counterattack had finally begun. This pursuit lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The ancient demon clan, Blood Feather clan, Golden Giant clan, Earth Demon clan, and Netherworld Sparrow clan. Not a single one of the 6 major clans was left alive. Corpses littered the ground, their blood converging into a meandering river. This great battle had shaken the entire myriad continent. Looking at the devastated land, Jun Xiaoyao stood in the 9 heavens and sighed. Just a battle of this level alone had caused such great casualties and destruction. If it had been an immortal war between immortal factions, what kind of majestic and heroic scene would it have been? Jun Xiaoyao finally understood why the Jun family was unwilling to start an immortal war despite their strength. It was because an immortal war had too many implications and too wide a range. Compared to an immortal war, the extermination of clans was child's play. However, Jun Xiaoyao had a hunch that something was going to happen. In this era of great competition, there was a possibility that an immortal war might break out. And the most likely immortal war was between the Jun family and the Archean royalty. Oh, right, I almost forgot that there's one more thing I haven't settled yet. Jun Xiaoyao murmured. There was still a place he had to go. The primordial divine mountain. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 237. The primordial divine mountain of the Tianqian continent had also caused chaos. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao had suppressed them. However, this time the Ancient Demon Clan and Ancient Demon Clan were cooperating with the primordial divine mountain of the Myriad Continent. It had nothing to do with the Tianqian continent. The Archean royalty of the Immortal Region had contacted the two traitorous clans through the primordial divine mountain of the Myriad Continent, since the Archean royalty had provoked the Jun family first. Jun Xiaoyao had no reason to retreat. He was the face of the Jun family. If Jun Xiaoyao did make a move, who else would? The dignity of the Jun family cannot be violated. Since you dare to provoke the Archean royalty, I, the Son of God, will give you an even greater gift. Jun Xiaoyao's handsome face was cold. At this moment, the ancient God clan patriarch stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao with excitement. I am the ancient God clan patriarch. Greetings to Lord Son of God. Rise. You've worked hard. Jun Xiaoyao's cold expression turned into a gentle smile. He had a good impression of the ancient God clan, who were loyal and devoted. It was the Jun family that saved us in the past. Without the Jun family, the ancient God clan wouldn't exist today. We're just doing our duty, the ancient God clan patriarch replied. Now that the 10 great sinner clans of the lower realm have been destroyed, you can return to the immortal region if you need. Jun Xiaoyao said. Hearing this, the ancient God clan patriarch was even more excited. His face flushed red. Thank you, Lord Son of God. Everyone from the ancient God clan bowed in unison. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were envious. And you can return to the immortal region if you want. But you must leave behind a portion of your power to control the continent, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yes, thank you, Son of God. The royal lords of Dayan and the others were also overjoyed, although they were like dragons in the lower realm. However, if possible, they also wanted to return to the celestial realm. Whether it was the cultivation environment or the level of life there, it was much higher than the lower realms. That was the true stage of the strong. The disturbance caused by the 10 great sinner clans was completely settled. Jun Xiaoyao had also completed the task assigned to him by his family. Young master, what should we do next? You asked from the side. To the primordial God mountain, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. These words made the ancient God clan leader's expression change slightly. The primordial God mountain was a forbidden land on the continent. In the past, the primordial God clan and the primordial God mountain had never interfered with each other. And this time the rebel race was in turmoil, and the sinners had broken the seal. Although there seemed to be a life form from the primeval God mountain secretly interfering, it was still a fact. But on the surface, none of the creatures of the primordial God mountain attacked the ancient God clan. On the surface, it could be said that they were not involved. Son of God, let us go with you. The clan leader of the ancient God clan and the royal lords of Dayan said. The primordial God mountain was still dangerous. No need. You all have a good rest and deal with the trivial matters. I, the Son of God, will go to the primordial God mountain. Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to flatten the primordial God mountain alone. However, when they thought of the terrifying strength of the fallen saint body, everyone felt that it might really be possible. Then, Jun Xiaoyao rested in the ancient God clan for 2 days. He also let his bone of supremacy absorb Qin, house Nirvana, innate spirit bone. After absorbing it, Jun Xiaoyao felt that the complete form of the Nirvana light of samsara should be appearing soon. It only needed an opportunity. When the time came, the complete form of the Nirvana light of samsara would obviously be stronger than the hand of heaven. 2 days later, Jun Xiaoyao set off for the primordial God mountain. The 9-headed lion, Yu, and Yan Qingying had to follow him. Old ancestor Dong Xian, Guyuan, and the others naturally had to follow him. Jian Luoli, on the other hand, insisted on staying by Jun Xiaoyao's side during the time in the lower realm. She didn't want to be separated from Jun Xiaoyao for even a second. Of course, one of the most important reasons was that Jiang Luoli felt a sense of danger. Not long after Jun Xiaoyao descended, Su Ziqiang, Yan Qingying, and Juning appeared by his side. Nalan Ruashi didn't follow, so Jiang Luoli didn't know. At that moment, she was like a little hen protecting her food, trying her best to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to bring them along. The primordial god mountain of the Myriad continent was located in the far west. As far as the eye could see, the Black Mountain Range was like the bulging skeleton of an ancient giant beast, filled with a desolate aura. There was more than one primordial god mountain in the entire mountain range. Different living beings lived in different primordial divine mountains. At this moment, there were divine wills communicating in the void of the primordial god mountain. The ancient demon clan and the ancient monster clan have been completely destroyed. The 9 Netherworld Sparrow clan and the other ancient clans have also been destroyed. So be it. They're just pawns in the royal family's hands anyway. Do you think the Jun family's son of God will attack our primordial god mountain? You're overthinking it. We have the Archean royalty behind us. The Jun family's son of God hasn't grown up yet. Would he dare to come? That's right. The Jun family's son of God is just a newborn tiger. He hasn't even grown his claws and teeth. He shouldn't have the guts. That's true. Haha, I'm overthinking it. Light laughter came from the void. It sounded very indifferent with a hint of disdain. However, not long after, Jun Xiaoyao and the others arrived in the sky outside the primordial god mountain. Looking at the primordial god mountain that was filled with a wild aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was extremely indifferent. Son of God, do you want us to take the lead and test it out first? Grand Ancestor Dongshen asked. They knew that Jun Xiaoyao had the holy body of the fallen, so they wanted to take the lead and test the waters of the primordial god mountain. Haha, there's no need. It's just a primordial god mountain from the lower realm. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. If he had to be afraid of dealing with a primordial god mountain from the lower realm, then he shouldn't be called the son of God of the Jun family. What Jun Xiaoyao wanted was the joy of sweeping through everything in his path. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of the primordial god mountain? Some creatures in the primordial god mountain saw Jun Xiaoyao and the others and walked out to ask arrogantly. The creatures of the primordial god mountain were used to being arrogant. Almost no one in the lower realm dared to provoke them, so they had developed the habit of being arrogant and domineering. The Jun family is here to collect the debt. Jun Xiaoyao pressed down with his palm. The golden palm print was like a corner of the sky collapsing as it pressed down fiercely. Rumble. A mountain range was smashed and the ground caved in. Hundreds of creatures of the primordial god mountain were crushed into meat paste before they could even scream. The remaining creatures of the primordial god mountain all widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. In the lower realm, someone dared to kill the creatures of the primordial god mountain in front of them. However, some of the creatures of the primordial god mountain also heard Jun Xiaoyao's words. The Jun family was here to collect the debt. The Jun family. They are from the Jun family of the mystic realm. A creature of the primordial god mountain screamed with extreme fear on his face. What do you mean by this? Killing the creatures of the primordial god mountain as you please? Aren't you afraid of angering the forbidden existence of the primordial god mountain? A creature of the primordial god mountain was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's face. However, this smile was a little cold. Sorry, I, the son of God, am here today to destroy the primordial god mountain. Recommended reading, Load File 2013, Chapter 238. Jun Xiaoyao's words were indifferent, but the murderous intent in them made the world change color. The clouds in the sky were dyed with an ominous blood color. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's murderous intent was able to resonate with the world. What did you say? You want to destroy the immemorial Divine Mountain? The group of creatures from the Divine Mountain were all stunned. They froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. In the lower realm, the immemorial Divine Mountain was a taboo existence. They had always been at the top. They were the only ones who could destroy other forces. No one else or force could threaten them. It was also because they had been pampered for a long time that they were used to being high and mighty. Therefore, when they heard Jun Xiaoyao's words, they didn't even react for a moment. After a while, the creatures from the Divine Mountain came back to their senses. They couldn't help but cry out, "Are you crazy? The immemorial Divine Mountain is not something you can destroy just because you want to." The Jun family was powerful, but now they were in the lower realm. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had a saint by his side. However, the immemorial Divine Mountain didn't lack saints. If Jun Xiaoyao thought that he could destroy the ancient Divine Mountain with such a force alone, it would have been too much of a fantasy. As long as I, the Son of God, want to let alone a mere immemorial Divine Mountain, I can destroy even an entire lower realm. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold. He raised his hand again and pressed down. The creature from the Divine Mountain who spoke, along with the group of creatures around him, was directly crushed into meat paste. "How dare you?" An old voice shouted from the depths of the Divine Mountain. A terrifying aura of the saint stage burst out. Along with the eruption of the aura were monstrous crimson flames. The raging flames formed a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. An old man wearing a flaming robe stepped out. Everywhere he passed, flames were ignited, and the temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly. It's the taboo existence of the Inferno Divine Mountain, the Inferno Saint. When they saw the red-robed old man appear, the surrounding creatures of the Divine Mountain burst into exclamations. Their expressions were filled with extreme surprise. The Inferno Saint's true form was a fiery bird. He was also a taboo existence that was hibernating in the Inferno Divine Mountain. He was awakened by the commotion caused by Jun Xiaoyao and the others, and was the first to step forward. "Ignorant Junior, the immemorial Divine Mountain is not a place where you can barge in," the Flame Saint said coldly. He did not strike immediately because he saw old ancestor Dongxian and the rest. Of course, the Flaming Saint was not afraid because he was not the only forbidden creature in the entire primordial Divine Mountain. "Fiery bird, not bad." Jun Xiaoyao nodded his head slightly. Jiang Lili blinked her big eyes and said, "Big brother Xiaoyao, do you mean that we have roasted birds to eat?" "That's right," Jun Xiaoyao said. "Oh yeah, Luoli wants to eat roasted chicken wings, roasted chicken legs, and chicken necks." Jiang Luoli clapped her hands and smiled. Then she started counting with her fingers, listing the parts that she wanted to eat. Hearing the conversation between the two, the faces of all the living beings on the Divine Mountain froze. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They actually treated the raging flame saint as an ingredient? "You are too presumptuous." The Flame Saint was a saint after all. How could he not care about his reputation? He had just woken up from a deep sleep and was treated as an ingredient. No one would be able to stand it. Moreover, the Flame Saint's temperament was the same as his body. They were both hot-tempered. He could not help but want to strike. His realm was at the late stage of the saint realm. He was stronger than the average saint, so he had the confidence to strike. At the very least, even if Jun Xiaoyao had two saint experts by his side, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Seeing the flame saint charging towards him with a monstrous red flame, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent as he directly summoned the fallen Saint Physique. What he wanted was to end the battle cleanly. The fallen Saint Physique tore through the void and appeared. His long hair danced wildly, and his aura was like an abyss. He punched out, shattering the void. The fist radiance carried an unparalleled force as it charged towards the flame saint. 51. Aesthetic seeing the sudden appearance of the fallen saint physique, the flame saint was stunned. After feeling the terrifying fist radiance of the fallen saint physique, the flame saint felt his scalp go numb. He hurriedly summoned his ultimate treasure. It was a treasured fan refined from the life flame, divine feather. The red treasured fan flapped, and monstrous red flames swept out. Everywhere it passed, the earth was scorched. Even the void seemed to be burned down. Die. The flaming saint was very confident in his natal true treasure. The red flames also drowned the fallen saint physique. Just as the smile on the flame saint's face was about to spread, boom! The curtain of flames was torn apart, and the fallen saint physique burst out from it. Not even a strand of his hair was burned, let alone his body. How is this possible? The flame saint could not believe it and screamed in horror. That was the ultimate treasure refined from his life flame, divine feather. He had used it to kill more than one early stage or mid-stage saint expert. However, this flame could not hurt the fallen saint physique at all. The fallen saint physique's eyes were filled with madness as he threw a punch at the flame saint. Boom! The flame saint's chest was penetrated, and even his divine palace and primordial spirit were shattered. The forbidden creature of the immemorial divine mountain, a late-stage saint expert, was killed by the fallen saint physique with a single punch. Dead silence. All the creatures of the divine mountain around were as pale as paper. Looking at the scene in front of them, they felt that it was extremely unreal. That was the forbidden creature of the divine mountain. Even ordinary saints would not dare to face such a terrifying existence. But now it was killed in an instant. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, these creatures of the immemorial divine mountain would have thought that it was a big joke. But now they had witnessed the fall of the forbidden creature with their own eyes, and they could not laugh at all. Boom! 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 Just as the flame saint died, the aura of the saint stage exploded within the immemorial divine mountain. It was the wrath of the forbidden creatures of the immemorial divine mountain. They originally wanted the flame saint to test the waters. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? The Inferno saint, who was so powerful, was killed in a single move. Son of God of the June family, you're too bold. On an immemorial divine mountain, a golden aura erupted, as if thousands of sharp swords had been drawn. A ferocious tiger with golden wings on its ribs soared into the sky, its teeth as white and sharp as daggers. It's the forbidden creature of the sky tiger divine mountain, the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger. Some creatures of the divine mountain showed hope again. This was a very powerful existence, and it controlled the power of the golden-winged tiger. Its killing power was off the charts. On the other side, the earth trembled. A giant elephant covered in dragon scales appeared in an immemorial divine mountain. It's the white jade dragon elephant of the white jade divine mountain. The creatures of the divine mountain cheered again. This was another powerful existence. With a stomp of its foot, it could shatter the earth for thousands of miles. It was the pinnacle of strength. The forbidden creatures of the immemorial divine mountain appeared one after another. In the end, there were more than 10 of them. This was the foundation of the immemorial divine mountain of the lower realm. Even old ancestor Dongxian and Gu Yuan frowned when they saw such a lineup. Even if the ancient God clan and the Dayan dynasty joined forces, it would be very difficult to flatten this force. They would have to pay a huge price. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was as calm as water from beginning to end. Chapter 239. More than 10 forbidden creatures from the primordial divine mountain appeared, disrupting the aura of heaven and earth. The void was in chaos, the earth was trembling, thunder struck from the 9 heavens, and the weather changed. The myriad continent was in an unprecedented turmoil. This change naturally attracted the attention of many factions in the myriad continent. That direction is the primordial divine mountain in the far west. Who dares to cause trouble at the primordial divine mountain? Let's go and take a look. For factions on the myriad continent were alarmed and rushed to the primordial divine mountain as quickly as possible. All of these forces belonged to the human race. Similar to the situation on the Tianxian continent, the human factions on the myriad continent were also oppressed by the primordial divine mountain. The primordial divine mountain easily destroyed human factions, and the humans didn't dare resist. The primordial divine clan had focused all of their efforts on suppressing the sinners. Their main mission was to suppress the sinners, so they naturally didn't have the spare energy to deal with the primordial divine mountain. Over time, the primordial divine mountain became a forbidden land that intimidated everyone on the myriad continent. But now, someone dared to cause trouble in the forbidden land and cause such a huge commotion. This was beyond everyone's expectations and piqued their curiosity. All factions rushed to the primordial divine mountain like a tidal wave. At the same time, in front of the primordial divine mountain, more than 10 forbidden creatures emitted an aura that shook heaven and earth. This force wasn't weak even in the immortal region. It was comparable to first-rate factions like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Son of God of the June family, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the June family behind you. The golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger of the sky, tiger divine mountain spoke. It looked at the saint physique of the fallen with a hint of fear. The saint physique of the fallen didn't seem like a puppet, but he didn't seem like an ordinary saint expert either. Therefore, they couldn't be sure what this terrifying existence was. The primordial divine mountain is connected to the Archean royalty of the upper world. Are you trying to provoke the Archean royalty by provoking us here? The white jade dragon elephant of the white jade divine mountain spoke as well. Seeing the forbidden creatures speak one after another, the surrounding creatures on the divine mountain were stunned. Something's not right. According to the divine mountain's ancestors' personalities, any existence that dared to come to the divine mountain and provoke them would be killed without a word. For example, a long time ago, a saint expert of the primordial divine mountain. The divine mountains and the forbidden creatures of the primordial divine mountain and the divine mountain. Why were these forbidden life forms so talkative in the face of a white-robed young man who wasn't even a 9th level connected saint? Some divine mountains creatures immediately. Fear. The divine mountains. Saint Physique of divine mountains divine was a saint of God of divine mountain the divine child of the June family. The divine of the divine could be S divine S. They were very smart and didn't want to offend the June family, although they were backed by the theocrats. In the eyes of the theocrats, they were just slightly bigger chess pieces. June Xiaoyao smiled indifferently and said, I'm sure you know why I, the Son of God, am here. If you work for the Archean royalty, you should be prepared to be slaughtered. The golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger, the white jade dragon elephant, and the other divine mountains mountain patriarch were furious. June Xiaoyao's words left no room for negotiation. Son of God of the June family, enough is enough. Don't think that the primordial divine mountain is afraid of you, the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger said coldly. Forget it. I, the Son of God, am too lazy to talk nonsense with a bunch of ingredients. June Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. If he had the time to talk nonsense, he could go soak in the hot springs. You have a death wish. The golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger, the white jade dragon elephant, and the other divine mountain patriarchs couldn't take it anymore when they heard June Xiaoyao call them ingredients. Even if the sky fell, the taller ones would hold it up. The Archean royalty would bear the anger of the June family. 85-inch kill. The golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger flapped its wings and a sharp metallic aura shook the heavens. The white jade dragon elephant made its move as well. Its foot cracked the earth for thousands of miles, and it charged forward like a divine mountain. The other divine mountain patriarchs also made their moves. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their power could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, the human forces that had come to watch the show finally arrived. They only dared to watch from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, all the human cultivators were dumbfounded. They're all forbidden existences of the divine mountain. Heavens, they're all attacking that white-clothed young man. It's the son of God of the June family. He was the one who helped the primordial divine clan quell the sinner's disaster. Many people recognized Jun Xiaoyao. His name had shaken the heavens in the myriad continent. Most people knew that an extremely powerful young lord of the primordial clan of the immortal region had descended to the lower realms. He was none other than Jun Xiaoyao in front of them. But what they hadn't expected was that Jun Xiaoyao would actually dare to challenge the primordial divine mountain. Even some of the other geniuses of the lower realms would avoid the primordial divine mountain when they encountered them, unwilling to engage in battle. The son of God of the June family is truly a hero of the human race. But can he hold on? Many human cultivators were worried when they saw the destructive ripples in front of them. The son of God, Forefather Dongxian, and Guyuan looked extremely grave. The two Dao protectors of the Jiang family were also waiting with all their might. Jun Xiaoyao was also an important figure of the Jiang family. Although Jun Xiaoyao didn't really have any status in the Jiang family, everyone in the Jiang family had already regarded Jun Xiaoyao as their young master. Therefore, the two Dao protectors of the Jiang family were also obligated to protect Jun Xiaoyao's safety. Faced with a joint attack of more than 10 mid-stage and late-stage saints, Jun Xiaoyao was like a reef in the middle of a great wave, unmoving and unwavering. Is this all of your strength? If that's the case, Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes. All the soul power of the true spirit in his divine palace was poured into the saint physique of the fallen. This was also the most compatible he had ever been with the saint physique of the fallen. Of course, the price of this compatibility was that Jun Xiaoyao also had to bear the ominous power. His mind began to ache intensely. However, Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to it. At this moment, his resonance with the saint physique of the fallen had almost reached 99%. The saint physique of the fallen's long hair danced wildly as he roared into the sky. Dark red qi and blood surged into the 9 heavens like an ancient volcano erupting. At the same time, an ancient sword filled with the aura of time broke through the air. It was the coiling Emperor Time sword. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand. The saint physique of the fallen also raised his hand and held the coiling Emperor Time sword. It was not Jun Xiaoyao, but the saint physique of the fallen who held the coiling Emperor Time sword. This meant that the coiling Emperor Time sword would erupt with its strongest power in the hands of the saint-level saint physique of the fallen. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hand and pointed it at the sky. The saint physique of the fallen also held the coiling Emperor Time sword, and the tip of the sword pointed at the sky. Coiling Emperor Time sword, the killing of time. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. The next moment he suddenly opened his eyes, used his finger as a sword, and slashed down. The saint physique of the fallen also held the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand and slashed horizontally. A mighty sword light that seemed to be filled with the aura of ancient times traversed the sky. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed silently, revealing spatial cracks. Stars collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down. The sky shook and the heavens were destroyed. The sword energy traveled 30,000 miles, and the sword light chilled 19 provinces. Chapter 240. The sword gleam stunned the passage of time. It was indescribable. It was as if everything in the world had been annihilated by this sword. The eyes of the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger, the white jade dragon elephant, and the other forbidden patriarchs widened silently. They were filled with extreme horror and despair. They didn't expect that they would be facing such a terrifying move. This move was too despairing. First, the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger. All of its attacks were reduced to nothing in the attack of time. Not only that, its physical body was also annihilated in the void inch by inch under the sword gleam of time. It was as if the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger had experienced the passage of time in an instant. Its physical body was reduced to ashes. The white jade dragon elephant, who saw this scene with its own eyes, let out a roar of horror. It wanted to break free and escape, but it was too late. Its body, which was as thick as a small mountain, was also annihilated inch by inch and turned into ashes. No, I hate it. The white jade dragon elephant let out a hoarse roar of indignation. It was the master of the primordial divine mountain in the lower realm. It was tyrannical and dominated the continent. Not to mention death. Even the last time it was injured was a distant memory. But now, looking at the spotless, white-robed young master in front of it, the white jade dragon elephant was filled with despair and indignation. It would never have thought that it would fall in the hands of this young junior. After the golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger and the white jade dragon elephant, the other forbidden beings of the divine mountain were also reduced to ashes. Not only that, but the divine mountains such as the heavenly tiger divine mountain, the white jade divine mountain, the blazing divine mountain, and so on, were also reduced to ashes by the sword gleam. There was no earth-shattering collision. There was no explosion that shook the world. There were only the divine mountains that were silently annihilated. There were also the divine mountain beings that were silently annihilated. They were blown away by the wind like weathered mountain rocks. After the sword gleam, the towering primordial divine mountain no longer existed. As far as the eye could see, the primordial divine mountain had become a sunken basin. All the primordial divine mountains and all the primordial beings were reduced to ashes by the sword gleam. One sword gleam had annihilated the divine mountain. The surrounding human cultivators who had rushed over all stood rooted to the ground, as if they had lost their souls. Their eyes were glazed over. It's gone. The primordial divine mountain is completely gone. A human cultivator muttered absent-mindedly, as if he had fallen into a dream. It's really gone. The primordial divine mountain, the mountain that has been pressing down on the backs of us human cultivators, is finally gone. After a brief moment of dead silence, the human clan cultivators began to cheer. They were extremely excited and overjoyed. The primordial divine mountain was like a sword hanging over the heads of the human cultivators. And today, this sword had been completely shattered by Jun Xiaoyao. In addition to the human cultivators, even progenitor Dongxian, Guyuan, and the two Dao protectors of the Jiang clan were stunned too. Wasn't this too ferocious? At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly and he frowned. He cut off the connection with the fallen holy body. It seems that it will be difficult to connect with the fallen holy body in the future. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. Just now he had already achieved a perfect resonance with the fallen holy body, which was why he was able to fully unleash the power of the fallen holy body. However, in the future, he should not have the chance to control the fallen holy body anymore. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not feel that it was a pity. The fallen holy body was just a tool for him. Although it was useful if he used it for a long time, he would become dependent on it. This was not a good thing. Jun Xiaoyao believed in his own strength the most. He put away the fallen holy body and the coiling emperor time sword. Looking at the primordial divine mountain that had turned into a basin in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This display of strength should be enough, right? 5200 Jun Xiaoyao also knew that although the primordial divine mountain in the lower realm was also a chess piece to the Archean royalty, it was still a valuable chess piece. It was not like the ancient demon clan and the ancient demon clan, who were chess pieces that could be discarded at will. If the primordial divine mountain was destroyed, the Archean royalty would feel the pinch and lose face. This was the price the Archean royalty had to pay for provoking the June family. Sigh, what a waste of so many ingredients. Jiang Lily puffed up her cheeks. Golden-winged, saber-toothed tiger, white jade dragon elephant, and so on were all excellent ingredients. Isn't there one left? Jun Xiaoyao looked at the corpse of the flaming saint. After the flaming saint died, his true form was revealed. It was a fiery bird covered in scarlet. Let me roast it. Jiang Luoli cheered. Her little face was full of joy as she sharpened her knife and charged at the fiery bird. This was a creature at the level of a saint. Its flesh and blood essence was very rich, comparable to great flesh and blood medicine. Some of the human cultivators were dumbfounded. What kind of ferocious people were these? A forbidden creature of the primordial divine mountain at the top of the lower realm had been reduced to an ingredient. However, they were also very grateful and came forward to express their gratitude. Many thanks, Son of God. You've taken care of a great threat for the human cultivators of the myriad continent. Yes, these creatures of the primordial divine mountain slaughtered us humans without restraint. Today, they finally got what they deserved. These human cultivators expressed their sincere thanks. Jun Xiaoyao's actions had done a great deed for the human cultivators of the myriad continent. It was nothing, no need to thank me. The myriad continent will be ruled by the ancient divine clan in the future. They will not oppress the human factions as they wish. Jun Xiaoyao said, Yes, the Son of God is the hero of the human race of the myriad continent. A human cultivator said excitedly. Jun Xiaoyao didn't comment. He had no intention of becoming a hero. He was just collecting a debt. However, these human cultivators would obviously spread the news. Not only that, they would write a biography. The matter of Jun Xiaoyao destroying the primordial divine mountain would become a legend that would be passed down forever in the myriad continent. Big brother Xiaoyao, the meat is done. Come and eat, or I'll eat it all. Jiang Luoli called out to Jun Xiaoyao. The flamingo was already done roasting. The meat was tender and sizzling with oil. Rich life essence filled the air, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. One bite was comparable to a saint medicine. This was the flesh of a saint, and its value was astonishing. At this moment, Jiang Luoli's little mouth was dripping with oil. Her sparkling face was like a little kitten. Jun Xiaoyao walked over with a faint smile. It wasn't bad to relax after a great battle. Here, big brother Xiaoyao, this is the biggest chicken drumstick. No, bird drumstick. Here you go. Jiang Luoli handed over the flamingo drumstick. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and was about to take it when he suddenly saw that there was a hole in the fleshy part of the drumstick. There was a row of fine and neat teeth marks. This. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback. Hee, I'm just helping big brother Xiaoyao taste if it's cooked. I'm definitely not trying to eat the fleshy part. Jiang Luoli smiled with a red face, shaking her head like a rattle drum. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He then called out to Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others to eat as well. As for old ancestor Dongxian and the others, they were saints, so eating this didn't have much effect on them. Big brother Xiaoyao, how long are you going to stay in this lower realm? Jiang Luoli probed as she ate. She was afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would return to the immortal region soon, and the two of them wouldn't be able to stay together for long. There are still the most important things I haven't done. Jun Xiaoyao said. His current goals of eliminating the 10 great sinners and finding Jun Wanji's sister had already been accomplished. However, there were still other important things. The second volume of the physique scripture of the 9 great heavenly tomes, the crack of the 10 worlds, the altar of martyrs, and the origin of the other worlds. Jun Xiaoyao had a feeling that the heaven-defying children of the other continents had already started fighting with each other and had begun to devour each other's fortunes and fortunes. It was like raising goo. A goo king would definitely appear in the end. Chapter 241. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's reply, Jiang Luoli let out a sigh of relief. At least she could spend some time with her beloved big brother Xiaoyao. The news of the destruction of the ancient divine mountain spread like wildfire across the entire Wanxiang continent. The Archean royalty of the Huangtian mystic realm naturally heard the news as well. Rumor had it that several branches of the Archean royalty were in an uproar and angry voices were heard. However, they didn't cause too much of a commotion, because the incident with the supreme of the fallen god palace was still fresh in their minds. Perhaps if you roared in anger, the Jun family's patriarch's sword would immediately slash at you. However, it was clear that Jun Xiaoyao's destruction of the ancient divine mountain had indeed angered the Archean royalty. Not only did they lose valuable chess pieces, but they also lost face. However, within a few days, there was movement from Zulong. Princess Longji, who had previously fought against the first sequence of the Jun family, Junlingsang, was finally coming out after a long period of seclusion. This time, Princess Longji's aura had merged with the heaven and earth of this era. She would erupt with the most terrifying strength. When that time came, Princess Longji in her full form would definitely attack the son of God of the Jun family. This wasn't just Princess Longji's idea. It was also Zulong's idea. This was Zulong's revenge for Jun Xiaoyao's destruction of the ancient divine mountain in the lower realm. If Jun Xiaoyao avoided the battle, his invincible legend would collapse. All of his halos would dim. This would be a huge blow to Jun Xiaoyao's reputation. If he accepted the battle, then Jun Xiaoyao would have to face Princess Longji in her full strength. This was much, much more powerful than the Princess Longji Jun Lingsang faced before. The legend of the ancient freak wouldn't be so easily destroyed. When that time came, there would definitely be another fierce battle. In the immortal region, the news had already begun to spread. Many were looking forward to the battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji after he returned to the mystic region. What kind of shocking battle would Jun Xiaoyao fight? Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the lower realm, did not know about this. Even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. In his eyes, Princess Longji was just that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ignored Princess Longji's challenge. What Jun Xiaoyao cared about the most now was the second volume of the physique scripture, The Origin of the World and the Martyr Altar in the Crack of the 10 Worlds. After destroying Sacred Mountain, Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the ancient god clan's residence. Jun Xiaoyao was not in a hurry. He quietly waited for the opportunity to arrive. About half a month later, Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged in the palace of the ancient god clan, suddenly felt something. He took out a sachet. He had obtained this sachet from the limitless Star Lord. This was not an ordinary sachet, but a keepsake of the martyr's altar. With this token, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to find the entrance to the 10 Realms Rift. At this moment, the sachet was faintly emitting light, and a fragrance was also spreading out. It seemed to foretell a great change that was about to come. Is it finally coming? Jun Xiaoyao toyed with the sachet in his hand, his eyes unfathomable. Then, the entire myriad continent began to tremble. Great waves rose in the outer seas of the continent. Endless spiritual qi formed a storm and gathered in the depths of the void. What's going on? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Impossible. I can feel the entire continent trembling. Countless living beings on the myriad continent were panic-stricken. However, this scene did not only occur on the myriad continent. The profound sky continent, the star continent, the hidden dragon continent, and the myriad continent, as well as the other continents, the entire 10 lands of the lower worlds were experiencing the same great change. Has the upheaval of the 10 realms truly begun? Some of the secluded experts on the various continents sighed. When the 10 heaven-defying children had appeared, the various factions had gone on a punitive expedition. The primeval divine mountain had rebelled, and the 10 great sinners had broken their seals. All of these events could be seen as part of the upheaval of the 10 realms. With each upheaval, countless beings would perish. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the 10 lands of the lower worlds were about to undergo a truly great change. And this great change had finally begun. If anyone could look down at the 10 lands of the lower worlds, they would be shocked to discover that the spiritual chi of the 10 lands of the lower worlds seemed to have turned into a vortex that was being sucked into the void. The spiritual chi of the 10 continents was rapidly decreasing. What's going on? Why is the spiritual chi of the world getting thinner and thinner? The heavens want us dead. The upheaval has begun. Cultivators were shouting all over the 10 realms. Sir, something seems to have happened to the continent. You had come to report to Jun Xiaoyao at the ancient divine clan's encampment. I already know. Jun Xiaoyao stood up and walked out of the hall. He lifted his head and looked into the depths of the void, an indescribable light flickering in his eyes. Sir, what's going on? Yu was rather confused. Do you know where the spiritual chi of the world is being sucked into? Jun Xiaoyao suddenly asked a question. Yu doesn't know, Yu said truthfully. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, If I'm not wrong, the spiritual chi of the 10 continents has probably been sucked into the crack of the 10 realms. The crack of the 10 realms. Yu's eyes trembled. It could be said to be the most mysterious place in the lower worlds. It was the place where the space of the 10 lands of the lower worlds overlapped. It was also the place where fate gathered. This kind of upheaval has happened more than once in history. After such a long time of accumulation, you can imagine how dense the spiritual chi of the world is in the crack of the 10 realms, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yu's breathing quickened when he heard that. The spiritual chi of the 10 realms all gathered in one place. And it was not a one-time thing. It had been absorbed and accumulated over many times. One could imagine how dense the spiritual chi was. The crack of the 10 realms was probably an extremely rare land of treasures. In the era of great battles, the one who can seize the opportunity first will be qualified to fight for first place. And the opportunity in the crack of the 10 realms is the first opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes shone brightly. Although he had the system and was unparalleled in talent, he still had to work hard. Otherwise, he might be surpassed by other prodigies. In order to be undefeatable, I must obtain the great opportunity in the crack of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao made up his mind. At the same time, on another continent, 2 figures were looking at the sky. They were Ji Qingyi and Li Daoxian. It's finally starting. I have a feeling that the only way I can gather all the origins of the 10 realms is in the crack of the 10 realms. Li Daoxuan's eyes shone with ambition. At the side, Ji Qingyi's clear eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Would Jun Xiaorao go? At that time, if they met, would she and Li Daoxian be able to compete with Jun Xiaoyao? At the same time, on another continent, 2 figures were also looking up at the sky. They were the celestial demon cults, Xiao Maxian, and the ancient freak of the Samsara demon sect, Wang Chuan. It's about to begin. This is the greatest lucky chance in the lower realms. The reason I was buried in the lower realms for countless years was because I wanted to compete for this lucky chance. Wang Chuan's eyes were deep and profound. The power of Samsara surged around him. Hee, I'm about to meet big sister Qingyi. I wonder who her ally is. And there's also that strong and handsome little brother Xiaoyao. He should be going too. When the time comes, I'll have to test him out. As Xiao Maxian spoke, she blinked her bright eyes and licked her lips with her pink tongue. She was clearly a cute girl like Jiang Luoli, but she also had a seductive charm to her. She was pure and lustful. She was like a little temptress. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 242. At this moment, all the immortal domain geniuses in the 10 lands of the lower world were looking up at the sky. They also knew that the greatest opportunity in the lower world was about to arrive. This kind of opportunity, even in the immortal realm, was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, many immortal domain geniuses were eager to give it a try. on a certain continent, in a sacred ground, there was a chanting of scriptures and Buddhist chants. Countless living beings surrounded a Buddhist hall, worshipping a figure within the Buddhist hall with pious devotion. That figure was a handsome young monk wearing a golden kasaya. It was the bodhisattva of the little western paradise, Vahai. At this moment, a Buddha figure appeared behind him. However, the Buddha figure was faintly surrounded by blood-red light. At the same time, the power of faith gathered behind Vahai's head and turned into a divine ring. The chanting of countless living beings seemed to be coming from the divine ring. It was extremely mysterious. At a certain moment, Vahai opened his eyes and looked at the sky. There was a calm smile on his face, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. It's finally here. The greatest opportunity in the lower world, Vahai murmured in his heart. His expression was calm. During this period of time in the lower world, he had grown rapidly, and not only had he gathered the power of faith of all living beings, he had also completely unearthed the special constitution of his Buddha body and demon heart. Not only did he not suppress the demon heart, but he also unearthed the greatest power of the demon heart and merged it with his Buddha body. Buddha and demon as one, invincible. The current Vahai was very confident. If he faced Jun Xiaoyao again, he would definitely not be in such a sorry state like he was in the Heaven Dao Tower. This ultimate opportunity belongs to me, Vahai. Vahai's eyes were filled with blood-red light. On another continent, in a land of opportunity, a bloody battle was breaking out. All the lower world geniuses were besieging one person. That person was wearing the pitch-black heavenly horn divine armor and was holding the sharp divine spear of death. At the same time, there was a vast and endless sword intent in his body, shattering the void around him. His spear pierced out, directly piercing through the chests of several prodigies. In just a few moments, all the geniuses in this land of opportunity had been slaughtered by this figure. If Jun Xiaoyao was here, he would definitely recognize this figure. It was the marquee champion of the Jin dynasty, Yang Pan. He had also descended to the lower realm very early on in order to obtain opportunities in the lower realm and to search for the remaining 3 swords of Pan Huang. They're finally here. The coiling emperor life, sword in my body, sensed something. The whereabouts of the other 2 swords must be related to the crack between the 10 worlds. A sharp light shone in Yang Pan's eyes. He had always been reluctant to give up and saw Jun Xiaoyao as a target, and the only opportunity to surpass Jun Xiaoyao was in the crack of the 10 realms. Thus, Yang Pan had made up his mind. If he didn't fight for it this time, he would probably be completely left behind by Jun Xiaoyao. The changes in the 10 realms attracted everyone's attention. To the beings of the lower realms, this was a monstrous calamity. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been absorbed, the spiritual energy on the continent was very scarce. If he wanted to cultivate, it would be even more difficult. And for those saints who wanted to live for a long time, it was obviously very difficult for them to survive in an era where spiritual energy was scarce. Therefore, this was a heavy blow to the beings of the lower realms. But to the prodigies of the immortal region, this was the beginning of a great opportunity. They wouldn't pity the beings of the lower realms. After obtaining the opportunity, they would just pat their butts and return to the immortal region. This abnormal phenomenon lasted for more than 10 days. After more than 10 days, the spiritual energy of the 10 continents finally stopped dissipating. However, it was almost exhausted. At a certain moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly felt something and took out the fragrance pouch. Vaguely, the fragrance pouch's aura seemed to have resonated with a certain place, as if it wanted to guide Jun Xiaoyao there. It's finally begun. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smirk. He immediately called EU and the others over. Let's get ready to depart. The greatest opportunity of the lower realms has appeared. Jun Xiaoyao said faintly. EU and Yan Qingying's eyes sparkled when they heard this. Jiang Luoli even cheered. Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the ancient god clan's encampment and headed for the outer seas. Jun Xiaoyao knew that the location of the rift to the 10 realms was uncertain. It could be in the wilderness or in any corner of the world. Those who could enter, apart from those with great fortune, were those like Jun Xiaoyao who possessed the martyr's altar's keepsake. About half a day later, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the depths of the outer seas of the myriad continent under the guidance of the fragrance pouch. Finally, Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air above the sea. Jiang Luoli blinked her large eyes and looked left and right. She asked in confusion, "Brother Xiaoyao, where is the entrance to the rift to the 10 realms that you mentioned?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and pointed at the sea. "At the bottom of the sea?" Jiang Luoli gaped. She hadn't thought that the entrance to the rift to the 10 realms would be at the bottom of the sea. It was impossible to find it without a certain amount of luck. Jun Xiaoyao and the others surged with magical power, forming a protective shield as they dove into the depths of the sea. The outer seas of the myriad continent were as dangerous as the endless sea of the Tianxian continent. There were many terrifying deep-sea beasts hidden in the depths of the sea. For example, the blue ring octopus, the megalodon shark, the tiger demon whale, and so on. However, these deep-sea beasts were easily killed by Forefather Dongxian and the others, after diving 10,000 feet into the sea. Jun Xiaoyao discovered a pitch-black spatial fissure in the pitch-black underwater canyon. The space around the fissure was distorted, preventing seawater from entering. Vaguely, there was a dense amount of spirit qi being emitted from the crack. "Is that the entrance to the rift to the 10 realms?" Jiang Luoli and the others stared with wide eyes. "This is only one of the entrances. There should be other entrances in other places of the 10 realms," Jun Xiaoyao said. They didn't hesitate and prepared to enter. However, Forefather Dongxian and the others discovered that the entrance to the rift to the 10 realms was vaguely repelling them. With their cultivation as saints, they couldn't enter at all. "What's going on?" Forefather Dongxian and the others were confused. Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a moment. The altar of heroes and other legacies in the rift to the 10 realms were targeted at the younger generation. They were no longer of much use to Forefather Dongxian and the other saints. Perhaps the fortuitous encounters in the rift to the 10 realms were prepared for the younger generation, which was why it was difficult for experts to enter. "You guys stay here," Jun Xiaoyao said. Forefather Dongxian and the others nodded. Jun Xiaoyao led Jiang Luoli, Yu, and Yan Qingying into the rift to the 10 realms. As for Juning, her cultivation was still too low to enter. Su Ziqiang was just a slave he'd casually taken in, so Jun Xiaoyao had no intention of nurturing her. Therefore, he only brought Jiang Luoli and the others with him. At the same time, in a forest of monster beasts on the myriad continent, a young man with a calm expression was crazily hunting demonic beasts. A talisman with a supreme aura flickered above his head. It was the 16th Prince, Feng Han. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 243. It's not enough. I haven't killed enough. I'm not strong enough. Feng Han kept killing monsters in the monster forest. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone mad. Jun Xiaoyao was like a mountain pressing on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Juning, seemed to have become Jun Xiaoyao's maid, staying by Jun Xiaoyao's side every day. Anyone could see the extreme admiration in Juning's eyes. She was like a young girl yearning for love, and she couldn't wait to throw herself at Jun Xiaoyao. Feng Han couldn't accept this. He couldn't bear that the woman he liked had become Jun Xiaoyao's sycophant. The raging flames of jealousy spread in his heart. Only this kind of killing could let him breathe a sigh of relief. The god's sacrificial talisman was constantly absorbing the flesh and blood of those monsters to strengthen Feng Han's strength. However, this kind of strengthening was like a drop in the bucket for a powerful genius like Jun Xiaoyao. It's not enough. It's not enough. Damn it. Even with the god's sacrificial talisman, I don't know when I'll catch up to Jun Xiaoyao. Feng Han let out an indignant roar and smashed his fist on an ancient tree. He wanted to surpass Jun Xiaoyao. He wanted to go to the celestial realm. He wanted to win Juning, Er's favor. At this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came from the depths of a valley in front of him. Fang Han's heart skipped a beat, and he flashed over. Then, Fang Han's face was filled with surprise, because in the depths of the valley, there was a spatial rift about the height of a person. The pitch-black spatial rift led to an unknown place. However, from this spatial crack, a wave of rich spiritual energy was faintly emitted, causing one to feel as if all the pores on one's body had opened up. This is... Fang Han's heart trembled violently, and then a look of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had vaguely heard before that his father, the royal lords of Dayan, had said, the opportunity of the crack of the 10 realms was about to open, and all the geniuses wanted to get in. However, not everyone was qualified to enter. The spatial rift in front of him should be one of the entrances to the crack of the 10 realms. I, Fang Han, am indeed the main character favored by the heavens and earth. Even such a great opportunity has opened its doors to me. Fang Han looked up to the sky and laughed. His previous depression and haze was swept away, his entire person, as if he had recovered his vitality. No matter how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was, he was still from the celestial realm. He was not blessed by the heavens and earth. Fang Han, on the other hand, was the true protagonist of the lower world, one of the 10 heaven-defying sons. Jun Xiaoyao, wait until I enter the crack of the 10 realms. I'll prove to Juninger that I'm stronger than you. Fang Han's eyes were bright as he stepped into the crack without hesitation. And Ji Qingyi, Li Daoxian, was the strongest heaven-defying child. He did not even have to take the initiative to find the entrance. The entrance to the crack of the 10 realms appeared directly in front of him. Li Daoxuan's eyes flashed with pride. This was why he was different from the rest. He was even the most outstanding among the celestial realm's 10 heaven-defying children. However, Ji Qingyi only faintly nodded her head. Then, with light steps, she rushed into it. Li Daoxuan's eyes darkened when he felt Ji Qingyi's indifferent attitude. As the main character of the chaotic continent and the strongest heaven-defying child, his ambition was naturally not something the other heaven-defying children could compare to. He had to conquer Ji Qingyi. He had to go to the celestial realm. When I gather the origin of the 10 realms and become the heaven-defying king, even Ji Qingyi will have to submit to me. Li Daoxian narrowed his eyes and stepped into the crack of the 10 realms. On the other side, Xiao Maxian and Wang Chuan also found an entrance. There was also Yang Pan and Fa Hai. They had each recruited a group of geniuses from the lower realm. Although they could not be compared to the celestial realm's 10 heaven-defying children, they were not weak. Some of them could even compete with some of the young geniuses from the celestial realm. Of course, there were also some geniuses from the celestial realm and the lower realm who could find the entrance to the crack of the 10 realms. All in all, the top geniuses from the lower realm had all entered the crack of the 10 realms to fight for the final opportunity. Jun Xiaoyao and the others were flashing through the pitch-black void tunnel. Is this a void tunnel? Why is it so far away? Jiang Luoli was confused. Logically speaking, they should be able to reach their destination quickly after entering the void tunnel. But now, they were flashing through the void tunnel. I'm afraid this is also a kind of test. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. At this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, he waved his hand and used his dermic powers to pull Jiang Luoli and the others to the side. Rumble. At the place where they were previously, the void shook and collapsed like a pitch-black pit. That was close. We almost fell in. Jiang Luoli patted her chest, feeling a little scared. Yu and Yan Qingying also had a layer of cold sweat on their backs. They did not notice it just now. If Jun Xiaoyao had not pulled them to the side, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Be careful, all of you. This portal alone is enough to kill quite a number of people. Jun Xiaoyao said plainly. He did not care. Jun Xiaoyao's powerful soul power made him extremely perceptive and could avoid risks in advance. Therefore, they were able to pass through the void tunnel without any mishaps. But the other geniuses were not so lucky. From time to time, other geniuses would die in the void tunnel. They were either swallowed by the void tunnel or torn to pieces by the void storm. If they wanted to obtain the opportunity, they had to gamble with their lives. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao and the others finally saw the light in front of them in the dark tunnel. They all came out and took a look. Even Jun Xiaoyao was slightly dazed by what he saw. This was an ancient land. There were mountains and rivers, ancient tombs, endless wastelands, and vast rivers. At first glance, it did not seem much different from the outside world. However, if one took a closer look, they would find that the trees in the mountain range towered into the sky. Ordinary people were as small as ants in front of these ancient trees. There were also tremors from time to time in the mountain range and huge beast shadows. It gave people the feeling that they had arrived in a land of giants. Why do I feel like I've become very small? This feeling was very unfriendly to Jiang Luoli. She was already petite enough as Linglong, but now she felt even smaller. It's not that we've become smaller. Feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Jun Xiaoyao explained. Jiang Luoli and the other two sensed it slightly, and their faces were filled with surprise. What rich spiritual energy! I'm afraid the spiritual energy of the celestial realm is not as rich as here, Yu said in surprise. It's normal for the rift of the 10 realms to have such an environment. It's nourished by the spiritual energy, so the ancient trees and monsters here are also exceptionally tall, Jun Xiaoyao said. But at the same time, the monsters in the rift of the 10 realms would definitely be more ferocious. There were also all kinds of dangerous places that were full of danger. Roar! Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were sizing up this world. A giant centipede that was 1,000 feet long soared into the sky from a lush forest and bit at Jun Xiaoyao with its sharp mouth. Recommended reading, Load File 2013. Chapter 244. This 100 feet long giant centipede was extremely ferocious and had a murderous aura. In the outside world, unless it was a mutant, it was impossible for centipedes to grow to such a size. However, the spirit energy in the crack of the 10 realms was too dense. It nourished the world and also gave birth to such a ferocious beast. However, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were indifferent as he slapped his golden palm down. With a thud, the head of the giant centipede that was filled with a murderous aura was smashed. Its long body fell from the sky, stirring up dust. In this crack of the 10 realms, opportunities and dangers coexist. Are you guys going to follow me or go on your own? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yu and the others. Yu was slightly stunned when he heard that. He was about to say that he wanted to protect Jun Xiaoyao. However, on second thought, it seemed that Jun Xiaoyao didn't need their protection at all. Thinking of this, Yu cupped his hands and said, Yu is willing to go on his own and seek opportunities. Yu was very decisive. Because he had a blood feud, his will to become stronger was even firmer. In this crack of the 10 realms, with his strength and luck, he should be able to obtain his own opportunities. What about you? Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying bit her lips slightly, although she also wanted to stay by Jun Xiaoyao's side. However, she knew that Jun Xiaoyao wanted her to go on her own. As the successor of the god-devouring fiend technique, Yan Qingying needed to go on her own the most. In order to help you better, young master, I'm willing to go on my own to become stronger, Yan Qingying said with a determined expression. She was only willing to become stronger for Jun Xiaoyao's sake. This made Jiang Luoli feel a little sour in her heart. Well done. You guys are indeed worthy of being my followers. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Yu and Yan Qingying were both people with great luck. If they were together with Jun Xiaoyao, they would lose their own opportunities. If they were to train by themselves, it would be more likely for them to be reborn amidst blood and fire and become even stronger. Jun Xiaoyao didn't need cowards or hooligans. His followers were people who would accompany him to rule the world in the future. After making their decision, Yu and Yan Qingying cupped their hands towards Jun Xiaoyao and left decisively. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at Jiang Luoli and asked, "What about you?" "Hee, of course I want to be together with you, big brother Xiaoyao. Don't think of using the excuse of training alone or being a flower in a greenhouse as an excuse. Luoli wants to be with you." Jiang Luoli stepped forward and stuck close to Jun Xiaoyao. Her jade-like arms wrapped around Jun Xiaoyao's arm, causing Jun Xiaoyao to be speechless. "Mother, what kind of trouble have you caused me?" Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. As the daughter-in-law that Jiang Luoli had personally chosen, perhaps only Jiang Luoli could be so close to Jun Xiaoyao. In the eyes of other women, Jun Xiaoyao was a cold and aloof, white moonlight that could be looked at but not touched. It wasn't easy for me to have some alone time with big brother Xiaoyao. How could I give up? Jiang Luoli thought happily in her heart. "All right, let's go." Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Jiang Luoli's little scheme. Jun Xiaoyao had no choice but to let the adorable Luoli, who was crazy about throwing herself at him, do as she pleased. The two of them began to explore this area. Within the mountain range, there were all kinds of rare and exotic fruits. Even in the immortal region, there were many sacred medicines that weren't very common, but in this mountain range there were many. Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli also casually picked some. Of course, along the way, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts that appeared, all of them larger than the outside world. For example, there were gold-biter rats that were the size of wolves. There were earthworms that were as thick as pythons. There were also bloodthirsty bats that were the size of giant eagles. Not only were these archaic descendants larger than the outside world, they were also stronger than the outside world. Among them, there were many Nirvana and Heaven Ascension realm archaic descendants. Jun Xiaoyao also killed them with a single slap. After all, there weren't many archaic descendants that could withstand the crushing force of a few billion kilograms. Jiang Luoli, on the other hand, was carefree. With Jun Xiaoyao around, she felt extremely safe and didn't have to worry about anything. She suddenly thought of something. She looked up at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Brother Xiaoyao, Luoli suddenly thought of something. The demon beasts here are all larger than the outside world. If Luoli stayed in the crack of the 10 realms, would she also grow taller and bigger?" Hearing Jiang Luoli's strange imagination, Jun Xiaoyao was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he replied, "You're really a clever little brat." Jiang Luoli stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. At this moment, in the mountain range in front of them, ancient ruins appeared. There were broken walls and dilapidated palaces. They looked very ancient and didn't seem to be products of the late antiquity era. Ancient ruins. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a hint of interest. The crack of the 10 realms was an ancient land of opportunity. Very few people could enter. However, to be able to enter and build palaces, they must have some ability. In this ancient ruin, Jun Xiaoyao felt that there was a rich spiritual energy in one of the ruins. It made people feel as if they were about to be baptized and ascended. "Come with me." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly as he led Jiang Luoli into the ancient ruin. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao blasted open a huge bronze door with one hand and walked in. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao destroyed all the various mechanisms and formations with one palm. There were also some bronze puppets that were guarding the ancient ruins, but they were also sent flying by Jun Xiaoyao. Finally, they came to a large hall. Inside the hall, there was a spiritual pool. The water in the spiritual pool was very strange. It was actually colorful and magnificent. After countless years, the colorful pool water didn't evaporate and disappeared. Instead, it became even more concentrated. "Is this the water of baptism?" Jiang Luoli whispered. After all, she was from a clan of the ancients. She had high standards and could understand the origins of many treasures at a glance. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. Baptism water was very rare, even in the immortal region. Not only was the spiritual energy in this baptism water as rich as a low-grade immortal source, but it was also very strong. What was even rarer was that the baptism water had the effect of cleansing the body. This baptism water was comparable to the golden body elixir in the little Western paradise. In the immortal region, the price of a drop of baptism water was comparable to a piece of supreme-grade immortal source. But here, it was full of baptism water. This should be the work of the ancient hero who built this palace. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. This baptism water was very suitable for the transformation of his strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth. With the help of this baptism pool, Jun Xiaoyao was confident that his strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth would improve further. At that time, he would be even more confident in transforming at the altar of martyrs. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to enter the baptism pool, at the side, Jiang Luoli was a little embarrassed and blushed. "You little girl, don't tell me." Jun Xiaoyao had almost forgotten that he had a little follower beside him. She also wanted to enter the baptism pool, but there was only one baptism pool. "Big brother Xiaoyao, do you want to join us?" Jiang Luoli twisted her fingers and looked up at him. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. Her watery and sparkling eyes were pure and innocent. Vaguely, there was also a hint of temptation. Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. Was this girl trying to make him commit a crime? Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 245. It had to be said that if Jiang Luoli really wanted to seduce him, she would definitely be a charming little vixen. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao had enough self-control. If it were any other man, they would probably have turned into a wolf. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao entered the baptismal pool with Jiang Luoli. Of course, they did not take off their clothes. The two of them sat cross-legged in the baptismal pool and began to absorb the baptismal water. Jun Xiaoyao activated the god-devouring demonic art, and pitch-black vortexes appeared on the surface of his body. The baptismal water was constantly being refined and absorbed. Jun Xiaoyao's body also emitted popping sounds one after another. Those were the granules of the giant elephant turning into granules of the dragon elephant. Jiang Luoli's body glowed with a jade light, like a little female immortal. Her speed of absorbing the baptismal water was obviously not as fast as Jun Xiaoyao. However, her physical body did not need too much baptismal water. Jiang Luoli did not walk the path of physical cultivation. With her primordial spirit Tao body, her delicate body was constantly being tempered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cultivation lasted for a total of 3 days and 3 nights. Jun Xiaoyao's divine, elephant overpowering force also made great progress. At this moment, outside the ancient ruins in the mountain range, a few figures flashed. They were all geniuses who had entered the rift of the 10 realms because of various opportunities and accidents. These geniuses all had extraordinary luck. Although they were not at the level of the 10 heaven-defying children, they were not weak either. Haha, there's an ancient ruin up ahead. What rich spiritual energy. There must be a supreme treasure in that ancient palace. Some of the geniuses locked onto an ancient palace, and their eyes were filled with excitement as they flashed into it. And in the forest behind them, a figure appeared. Looking at those geniuses, his eyes flickered. He said that Jun Xiaoyao would definitely enter the rift of the 10 realms. But where is Jun Xiaoyao? This figure was none other than Fang Han, who had entered the rift of the 10 realms. The rift between the 10 realms was neither big nor small. Fang Han pondered for a moment, then entered the ancient palace in a flash. In the baptismal pool of the ancient palace, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was about to come to an end. In his body, another 40,000 granules of the mammoth transformed into dragon elephant granules. His fleshly body's strength had increased by another 3. 6 billion gene, almost doubling it. If Jun Shaorao used the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, his fleshly body-god power would reach a terrifying level of 3 billion kilograms. This could no longer be described as terrifying, but as peerless. Looks like I'm really going to become One-Punch Man. Jun Shaoyao smiled faintly. In the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. He looked at the door of the ancient palace with a cold look in his eyes. A bunch of annoying flies, Jun Shaoyao said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind breaking could be heard as a group of geniuses entered the ancient palace. When they saw the baptismal pool of baptismal pool, their eyes lit up. Then, some of the geniuses saw the charming Jiangluoli, and their eyes flashed with a strange light. They turned to look at Jun Shaoyao. Although Jun Shaoyao was famous in the 4 lower realms, not all of these geniuses were from the 4 lower realms. Moreover, even the geniuses from the mysterious heavens continent, the stars continent, and the Sanluo continent had only heard of Jun Shaoyao. Very few of them had seen him in person. Therefore, these geniuses did not know who Jun Shaoyao was. Which continent are you from? We want the opportunity here, one of the geniuses in the group said. Jun Shaoyao looked indifferent. He was too lazy to talk and was about to slap them. Suddenly, a move came from behind, accompanied by the power of the sun, moon, and universe. This sneak attack directly killed a few paragons. Who is it? Who dares to sneak attack us? The remaining geniuses were enraged. A figure flashed over. His hands moved as if he was pushing the sun and moon, crushing the group of geniuses. Poof! One of the geniuses' body exploded. Crack! Another genius's bones were shattered. In a short while, the group of geniuses who had entered the ancient palace were all killed. Jun Shaoyao raised his eyebrows at the ruthlessness and decisiveness of his methods. This figure was Feng Han. A dark light flashed in his eyes. On the surface, he walked forward and cupped his hands at Jun Shaoyao. Feng Han greets the Son of God. Seeing Feng Han's attitude, Jun Shaoyao looked thoughtful. Something was wrong. Feng Han used to look at him with unwillingness and jealousy. It was so strong that it could not be diluted. But now, why did his attitude change so drastically? He even helped him solve some small problems. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. Could it be that Feng Han knew that he would never be able to catch up to Jun Shaoyao, so he gave in? Jun Shaoyao felt that it was unlikely. Which of the 10 heaven-defying sons was not full of pride? It was harder to ask them to lower their heads than to ask them to die. Even Yan Qingying had completely submitted to Jun Shaoyao because he had helped her take revenge and killed the Son of God. Otherwise, Yan Qingying would not have submitted to Jun Shaoyao so casually. I didn't expect you to enter the rift of the 10 realms too, Jun Shaoyao said calmly. Yes, it's all luck, Feng Han said. Jun Shaoyao nodded slightly. He was right. Without the protection of Providence, Feng Han was indeed nothing. And now that he was slaughtering that group of geniuses, the strength he displayed was clearly much stronger than before. This was probably all thanks to Feng Han's Goldfinger. Jun Shaoyao did not know what Feng Han's Goldfinger was, but it must be related to the hidden dragon continent's world origin. Feng Han, you seem to have changed into a different person. Jun Shaoyao looked at him meaningfully. Feng Han's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained calm. He suddenly sighed deeply and said, I've thought it through. I have no way out in this lower realm, so I hope to follow the Son of God to the celestial realm. I hope the Son of God will grant my wish. Oh, I see. Jun Shaoyao nodded slightly on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. Competing in acting? He was a best actor. Even the geniuses of the celestial realm were fooled by Jun Shaoyao. Feng Han from the lower realm wanted to play tricks with him? He was simply showing off in front of an expert. Ridiculous. However, Jun Shaoyao did not expose him, nor did he intend to attack Feng Han. After all, Feng Han was the son of the royal lords of Dayan and the prince of the Dayan dynasty. It would not be good to attack him casually. If that's the case, then I'll beat him at his own game. Fang Han, you think you're on the second level, but I'm actually on the fifth. Jun Xiaoyao sneered in his heart. On the surface, he said, your strength is indeed not weak, and you even helped the Son of God solve the problem. After we get out, the Son of God can take you to the celestial realm. Thank you, Son of God. Fang Han's face lit up, and he cupped his hands slightly. However, he was sneering in his heart. Jun Xiaoyao, are you sure you can get out of here alive? Without a guardian, without the identity of the Jun family, you're just a slightly more powerful genius. You were still fooled by me. Fang Han sneered in his heart. He felt that his acting skills were flawless. Jun Xiaoyao had come to believe what Yi Fuqian said, and he began to let go of his suspicions and wariness toward him. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 246. He looked at Fang Han, who lowered his head and cupped his hands. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart. In order to deceive him, Fang Han was willing to endure humiliation. However, what did he rely on to deal with him? His cheat? Jun Xiaoyao thought of all sorts of possibilities. At this moment, Jiang Luoli also exited her cultivation state. She saw Fang Han at a glance, and then her little face darkened. It wasn't easy for her to finally have some alone time with Jun Xiaoyao. Why did this thing come in halfway? Big brother Xiaoyao, who is he? Jiang Luoli frowned. A prince of the Dayan dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Oh, big brother Xiaoyao, let's go then. Jiang Luoli wanted to get rid of this annoying Fang Han. Seeing this, Fang Han hurriedly said, I hope to follow the Son of God. Why are you so annoying? Jiang Luoli said angrily. After being scolded by Jiang Luoli, Fang Han's face turned pale. Any man would not like to be scolded by the opposite sex like this. However, Fang Han still insisted. Jun Xiaoyao looked deeply at Fang Han and said, All right then, you can follow the Son of God. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli bit her lip. She was even more annoyed with Fang Han. Jun Xiaoyao waved his hand and stopped Jiang Luoli from speaking. Why did he want Fang Han to follow him? Naturally, it was because Jun Xiaoyao was interested in Fang Han's cheat and the origin of the world. If Fang Han did not follow him, how could he cause trouble? If he didn't cause any trouble, how could Jun Xiaoyao have any reason to attack him, the son of a meritorious minister? Fang Han had ulterior motives for staying by Jun Xiaoyao's side. Jun Xiaoyao wanted to create an opportunity for him to stir up trouble. This way, he could rightfully deprive Fang Han of his opportunity. The royal lords of Dayan and the others would not hold any grudges. Having the best of both worlds, wouldn't that be perfect? If Fang Han knew Jun Xiaoyao's inner thoughts, he would definitely shout angrily, You sly old fox! Unfortunately, Fang Han didn't know that. He even mistakenly thought that Jun Xiaoyao had completely let down his guard against him. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the ancient palace. They continued to search for opportunities. However, all kinds of opportunities were divided between Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli. Fang Han, who was by Jun Xiaoyao's side, did not even get a single thing. This made Fang Han's expression faintly unpleasant. And what made Fang Han even angrier was they also found a stalk of the immortal herb. The stalk of the immortal herb was two fruits connected together. One was reddish gold, and the other was watery silver. This stalk of the immortal herb exuded the power of the sun, moon, yin, and yang. The immortal herb of sun and moon. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. The immortal herb was a rare item even in the immortal realm. Back then, Princess Baiyu, of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, knelt down and begged for a stalk of the immortal herb. It was obvious that the immortal herb was very rare. However, it was understandable to find a stalk of the immortal herb in a treasure land like the Rift of the Ten Realms. And Fang Han was extremely excited. This was because this stalk of the immortal herb of sun and moon was very compatible with his body. If he could refine it, it would be extremely beneficial for him. Next to the immortal herb of sun and moon were fierce, archaic remains. Go take care of those archaic remains, Jun Xiaoyao said lightly. Since Fan Han wanted to stay by his side, he naturally had to let him do more. Hearing this, Fan Han's heart was also faintly excited. Did Jun Xiaoyao plan to let him take care of the archaic remains and then get the immortal herb of sun and moon? If it were before, Fan Han would definitely not have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would be so kind. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had been fooled by him. Perhaps he would really give him a taste of some benefits. Thinking of this, Fan Han's magic power surged, and he directly charged toward those archaic remains. It had to be said that the archaic remains guarding the immortal herb of sun and moon were extremely powerful. Even Fan Han, who was a heaven-defying child, had a very difficult time dealing with them. Moreover, with Jun Xiaoyao beside him, he could not use the sacrificial talisman to fight back. Therefore, the battle was very difficult. However, Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli stood at the side and watched the show. They were too lazy to help. Jiang Luoli even made a face at Fan Han and snorted. "Serves you right." Fan Han fought with the archaic remains for a full hour before finally killing it with great difficulty. He was panting, and his entire body was covered in blood. There were also bloody claw marks, and he looked quite miserable. With Jun Xiaoyao around, Fan Han could not use any of his trump cards. Therefore, he could only win with great difficulty. But the result was good. Fan Han sighed softly and revealed a faint smile. He turned around and was about to pick up the immortal herb of sun and moon. The immortal herb of sun and moon was grabbed by a suction force and finally fell into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Fan Han. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and handed the immortal herb of sun and moon to Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's face revealed a look of surprise. "Big brother Xiaoyao, is this for Luoli? Isn't it too precious?" "It's okay. I don't lack immortal herbs." Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. "Thank you, big brother Xiaoyao." Jiang Luoli revealed a sweet smile, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks. As the pearl of the Jiang family, she did not lack immortal herbs. However, this was a gift from Jun Xiaoyao, so the meaning was different. Jiang Luoli's big eyes moved. Then she tiptoed and jumped slightly, sneakily attacking Jun Xiaoyao and kissing him on the cheek. "You little girl." Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Fortunately, she did not kiss his lips. Otherwise, his first kiss would have been gone. Jun Xiaoyao would not be tempted by any woman. He was the cold and aloof, white moonlight in the hearts of all women. It would not be easy for Jiang Luoli to win him over. Fan Han, who saw this scene, stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He had gone through so much trouble to kill the archaic remains, but the treasure had been taken away by Jun Xiaoyao. Not only that, but he had also given it to the lowly girl. Most importantly, the lowly girl had even given him a kiss. Only Fan Han was left alone in the same place. Not only was he covered in wounds, but he had also eaten a mouthful of dog food. It was 2F** King miserable. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind whistled. Fan Han felt as if there was cold icy rain on his face. Jun Xiaoyao noticed Fan Han, and a trace of ridicule flashed across his eyes. He said, "Fan Han, you did well. I, the son of God, will not treat you unfairly." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Fan Han's expression became a little better. However, his heart was still bleeding. That was because the immortal elixir of sun and moon was too compatible with his constitution. Jun Xiaoyao simply robbed him of the opportunity that was most suitable for him. However, Jun Xiaoyao's next move once again dumbfounded Fan Han. Jun Xiaoyao took out a spiritual medicine and gave it to Fan Han. This. Fan Han froze on the spot. He felt a deep sense of malice. Above the spiritual medicine was the treasure medicine. Above the treasure medicine was the sacred medicine. And above the sacred medicine was the immortal elixir. His immortal elixir of sun and moon was exchanged for a spiritual medicine, and it was AF asterisk King, inferior grade spiritual medicine. Fang Han's body trembled slightly. Seeing that, Jun Xiaoyao pretended to be surprised and said, "Is it not enough? It's okay, there's more." Jun Xiaoyao took out another inferior grade spiritual medicine. Uft. Fang Han finally could not take it anymore and spat out a large mouthful of blood from his heart. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 247. Fang Han didn't know if Jun Xiaoyao was doing this on purpose or if he really wanted to. He was so angry that he was trembling all over. He couldn't help but vomit blood. "Are you all right?" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with coldness and mockery, but on the surface, he was pretending to be concerned. "Thank you for your concern, Son of God. I'm fine. It's just that my injuries haven't healed yet," Fang Han said through clenched teeth. "Good. These 2 spirit herbs should be able to help you recover," Jun Xiaoyao said. Fang Han was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. He wanted the immortal elixir of sun and moon, not these 2 damn spirit herbs that even a dog wouldn't eat. But in the end, Fang Han still ate the 2 spirit herbs because they could at least heal some of his injuries. "Fang Han, oh Fang Han, you're too naive." Jun Xiaoyao sneered as he looked at Fang Han, who was sitting cross-legged and refining the spirit herbs. He was filled with bitterness, but didn't dare to show it. Jun Xiaoyao had never been afraid of anyone when it came to scheming. "Didn't you want to follow me and plot against me? Fine. Then I'll let you follow me." But Fang Han had to bleed along the way, because he was a heaven-defying son with amazing providence. If it weren't for Fang Han, he might not have encountered the immortal elixir of sun and moon. Moreover, the immortal elixir of sun and moon was very compatible with Fang Han's body. It was clearly Fang Han's fortuitous opportunity. However, Jun Xiaoyao simply snatched it away from him. Fang Han had to pay the price for scheming against him. The fortuitous opportunity along the way was the price. This was also why Jun Xiaoyao didn't want Yu and Yin Qingying to follow him. They were all people with great providence. If they stayed with Jun Xiaoyao, it would affect their progress. But in this Fang Han, it didn't matter. If it was necessary to snatch, snatch. If it was necessary to snatch, snatch. After that, Jun Xiaoyao and the others continued to move forward. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli obtained all kinds of opportunities. Even some of the opportunities that should have belonged to Fang Han were seized by them. This infuriated Fang Han, but he had no choice but to hold it in. One could only imagine the pain and suffering. "Jun Xiaoyao, you may be proud now, but in the future, I will make sure that you will never be able to walk out of the crack of the 10 realms." Fang Han roared silently in his heart. About a day later, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Brother Xiaoyao, what's wrong?" Jiang Luoli asked. Jun Xiaoyao did not answer. This was because he could sense that the coiling emperor time sword within the spatial ritual implement seemed to be trembling slightly, letting out a sword hum. The coiling emperor time sword, could it be? Jun Xiaoyao pondered. "Let's go over there." Jun Xiaoyao flew in a direction. The existence that resonated with the coiling emperor time sword was in that direction. At the same time, on the other side, Marquis Champion Yangpan also sensed something. He looked into the distance, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "The opportunity that belongs to me is here." In a mountain ridge, a young monk wearing a golden kasaya walked out. It was Fahai of the Little Western Paradise. He looked into the distance, put his palms together, and said, "Amit Ba, that treasure land is fated with me." This was an incomparably vast plain, and above the plain, an ancient palace floated in the clouds in the sky. At a glance, it looked like a palace in the clouds. The surrounding void power filled the air. From time to time, pitch-black spatial rifts would appear, like the huge mouth of a giant beast opening its abyss. On this plain, a few geniuses were flying over. Their gazes were fixed on the ancient palace in the clouds, and their eyes were burning with passion. This is definitely a place of opportunity. Some prodigies' eyes burned with passion. Dermic powers surged all over their bodies, and they soared into the sky. However, just as they were about to approach the ancient palace in the sky, a black shadow as large as a continent blocked everyone's view. It was a giant creature that looked like a Kuan fish. It seemed to use the void as a sea. It broke through the air and tore through tens of thousands of feet of space, opening its mouth to swallow these prodigies. Oh my God, that's an ancient void Kuan. A prodigy was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The ancient void Kuan was an extremely powerful, pure-blooded creature. It was rumored that it lived in the endless void. It could even survive in the terrifying void storms. Of course, this pure-blooded creature's strength was also extremely terrifying. When it opened its mouth, it was like a black hole, releasing endless suction power. Those prodigies could not resist at all and were sucked in. Cultivators below level 9 of the Saint Realm could not resist the ancient void Kuan's devouring power at all. Inside the ancient void Kuan's body, there were no blood, flesh, or organs like ordinary beasts. Instead, it was like a miniature space filled with void storms. Any creature that was swallowed by the ancient void Kuan would be crushed into pure energy by the void storms in its body and absorbed by the ancient void Kuan. Just now, the ancient void Kuan had swallowed more than half of those prodigies with one bite. The few prodigies who did not have time to attack all had cold sweat dripping down their backs. However, the strange thing was that the ancient void Kuan seemed to only circle around the ancient palace like a guardian beast. It would not leave that area of its own accord. However, this way, no one could step into the ancient palace. This kind of misery of not being able to obtain a mountain of gold made many prodigies unhappy. At this moment, a streak of light flew over from afar. A figure stopped in the void. It was Yang Pan. He looked at the ancient palace in the distance, his eyes flashing. He could feel that the coiling emperor life stored in his body was trembling as if it was resonating with something. Could it be the coiling emperor void sword? Yang Pan's gaze instinctively fell on the ancient palace. The power of the void surged around the ancient palace. This was the same as the coiling emperor void sword. However, the ancient void Kuan beside the ancient void palace made Yang Pan frown. Even he would find it very difficult to deal with a pure-blooded creature like the ancient void Kuan. If he was swallowed by it, he would definitely be at risk of dying. The heavenly horn divine armor on his body could not withstand the power of the void storms in the ancient void Kuan's body. What should I do? Yang Pan frowned deeply. At this moment, Buddhist light shone from another direction, and the sound of chanting could be heard. A monk in a golden kasaya appeared. It was Fahai. The bodhisattva of Little Western Paradise. Seeing Fahai arrive, Yang Pan raised his eyebrows. As a prodigy from an immortal force of the celestial realm, Yang Pan naturally knew of this famous bodhisattva of Little Western Paradise, Amitabha. So it's the marquee champion of the Jin dynasty. Nice to meet you. Fahai saw Yang Pan and put his palms together. Yang Pan's expression did not change. He was not interested in Buddhism or Taoism. He was even a bit annoyed. However, he had heard that the bodhisattva of Little Western Paradise seemed to have been humiliated by Jun Xiaoyao in the heavenly Tao Tower. This was something he could use. Fahai obviously also thought of the hatred between Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao at the same time. They looked at each other. Although they had their own thoughts, they both smiled. Fahai, if nothing unexpected happened, Jun Xiaoyao should have also entered the crack of the 10 worlds, Yang Pan said. Amitabha, I also have a karma with Jun Xiaoyao that needs to be settled. Just as the two of them reached a certain agreement, a gentle and cold voice sounded from afar. Have you finally decided to ally with each other to deal with this son of God? Hearing this voice, Yang Pan and Fahai turned their eyes. Their eyes were filled with deep hatred and coldness. The main character was finally here. Recommended reading. Load File 2013. Chapter 248. 3 figures came from the distant horizon. They were Jun Xiaoyao, John Luoli, and Fang Han. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Yang Pan and Fa Hai. These two had been holding a grudge against him for a long time. There was a cold light surging in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. Guardians could not enter the crack of the 10 realms, so Yang Pan and Fa Hai could only enter alone. Since that was the case, it was time to put an end to it. Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all about how Pan Wu, Jin Dynasty, and Little Western Paradise would react after killing them. He would not give up on killing them just because of their background. It was something that Jun Xiaoyao had to do to eliminate the root of the problem. Yang Pan and Fa Hai's expressions changed when they sensed the faint murderous intent in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. They had obtained many opportunities in the lower realm, and their strength had greatly increased. However, the white-robed Jun Xiaoyao in front of them still gave them an unfathomable feeling. Jun Xiaoyao's aura was as deep as the sea. It was unfathomable, and they did not know where his limit was. Fang Han, who was behind Jun Xiaoyao, glanced at Yang Pan imperceptibly, and his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Even if ants form an alliance, they are still a bunch of ants. Today, let's put an end to it, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. He had been involved with Yang Pan and the others for a while, and it was time to put an end to it. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was cold, and he directly attacked. As his fingers and palms flipped, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and the void was about to collapse. Let's attack together, Yang Pan roared. The moment Jun Xiaoyao attacked, the invincible aura he emitted made Yang Pan's heart tremble slightly. He made a prompt decision without hesitation and asked to join forces with Fa Hai. Fa Hai also attacked directly. At this time, if he still insisted on a one-on-one duel, he would be giving Jun Xiaoyao a free meal. Fa Hai obviously knew this as well, so he immediately joined forces with Yang Pan. Yang Pan wielded the Death Mang godly spear and thrust it forward like a black dragon, carrying with it a sharp and ferocious intent. Fa Hai, on the other hand, pinched the Kasayapa Mudra in his hand and blasted it out. Buddhist light surged, and the holy light was vast and mighty. What powerful strength! Is this the strength of a peak-level genius from the immortal realms? Not far away, some geniuses from the lower world were shocked to see Yang Pan and Fa Hai fight. Although their luck wasn't bad and their strength could be considered top-notch among the geniuses of the lower worlds, only when they saw the geniuses of the immortal realms fighting did they understand the disparity between them. Among the geniuses of the lower realms, only the 10 heaven-defying children had the qualifications to compete with the geniuses of the immortal realms. Jun Xiaoyao's face didn't have the slightest ripple as he watched the two make their moves. With his current strength, he was almost invincible among his peers in the immortal realms. Perhaps only those hidden ancient freaks, the descendants of the great emperors, or the youngest sons of the ancient emperors were qualified to exchange a few moves with him. Jun Xiaoyao didn't use any divine abilities or moves. He just pushed out with his palm. The strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant burst out with monstrous divine power. 330 million kilograms of divine power surged out. What kind of concept was this divine power? It had reached a level that ordinary people couldn't imagine. In the future, Jun Xiaoyao might even reach the great emperor realm with his physical body. He could fight against the great emperors and ancient emperors with just his physical body alone. Boom! The 3 of them collided. Jun Xiaoyao's attack almost destroyed all of Yang Pan and Fa Hai's attacks. Jun Xiaoyao clashed with Yang Pan's Death Mang godly spear with his bare hands. An unparalleled force rebounded along the body of the spear. Puff! Yang Pan's body felt as if it was being crushed by a giant hammer. He spat out blood and retreated violently. A cracking sound came from his chest. It was the sound of his ribs shattering. If he wasn't wearing the heavenly light, horn godly armor, this impact would have severely injured him. On the other side, Fa Hai's Kasayapa Buddha seal was also destroyed. He hurriedly used the Little Western Paradise's supreme body-tempering technique, the Zhang 6 golden body. Dermic power fluctuated and bombarded Zhang 6 golden body. Fahai also spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He and Yang Pan didn't expect Jun Xiaoyao's power to increase by so much. It was completely different from before. Brother Xiaoyao is so powerful. Jiang Luoli's eyes flashed. She didn't go forward to help because there was no need to. Jun Xiaoyao could easily deal with the two of them. Why do I feel like he's become stronger? Behind Jiang Luoli, Fong Han's eyes darkened when he saw the invincible Jun Xiaorao. As for the surrounding geniuses of the lower worlds, they were all dumbfounded and flabbergasted. What did it mean to say that there was always a higher mountain? The scene before them was a clear example. Yang Pan and Fahai were already very strong in their eyes. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, they were both younger brothers. That's it. Even working together can't make me, the son of God, feel any fighting spirit. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, don't be so arrogant. Yang Pan's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted. He couldn't stand the humiliation and activated his dermic power. An ancient sword suddenly burst out of his body, exuding the endless power of life. His injured body also began to recover rapidly. Coiling Emperor Life Sword. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The Coiling Emperor Time Sword's aura was sealed in his spatial artifact. Therefore, Yang Pan and the Coiling Emperor Life Sword couldn't sense it. Today, I'll kill you with this sword. This was the first time Yang Pan completely took out the Coiling Emperor Life Sword. This also represented his determination to kill Jun Xiaoyao. As for Fahai, he didn't hold back anymore. Behind him, an illusory image of all living beings worshipping appeared. Surging power of faith was surging. In the center of all the worshipping, the illusory image of a golden Buddha sat cross-legged. However, it was different from before. This golden Buddha was surrounded by a bloody light. His front face was the image of a benevolent Buddha, but there was also a face at the back of his head like a demon king from hell. The power of faith, Buddha's body, and demon heart. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Fahai. Previously, when he attacked Fahai at the Heaven Dao Tower, he vaguely sensed it. He didn't expect that now, with the support of the power of faith, Fahai would actually completely unlock the power of the Buddha's body and demon heart. However, in the face of absolute strength, all of this was futile. Buddha's body and demon heart. 1,000 hands, demonic Buddha! Fahai shouted, his voice like thunder. The illusory image of the golden demonic Buddha revealed 1,000 arms and slapped at Jun Xiaoyao. This 1,000 hands demonic Buddha was extremely powerful. When the 1,000 arms attacked at the same time, it was as if they were going to split the sky. As for Yang Pan, he was also controlling the Coiling Emperor Life Sword. The blade flickered with a bright sword light. With a slash of the sword, the space was cut open like a piece of paper. In the face of these two people's ultimate moves, Jun Xiaoyao activated the supreme bone in his chest. Blazing and dazzling divine light appeared and condensed into a giant hand covered in runes. It slapped at the two people. At the same time, the power of the god-devouring demonic technique was also activated. Black holes appeared in the surrounding void, erupting with suction force and destroying the power of the two people's moves. Rumble. As if 100,000 thunderbolts had exploded at the same time, a storm was set off in the sky. In such an extreme collision, Fahai and Yang Pan's bones were broken and their tendons were torn. Blood was spat out as if it was free of charge and they were sent flying. Those terrifying shockwaves were neutralized by the black hole whirlpool of the god-devouring demonic technique before they could land on Jun Xiaoyao. Boring. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. For those who had lost to Jun Xiaoyao, the gap between them and Jun Xiaoyao would only grow bigger and bigger instead of getting smaller. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao pressed his palm down. At this moment, Fong Han suddenly moved. He used a treasure, the spirit-locking chain, and tied Jiang Luoli up at lightning speed. At the same time, he activated his golden finger, the sacrificial god talisman, and it floated above Jiang Luoli's head. "Stop it, Jun Xiaoyao. She's going to die if you make another move." Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 249. This sudden turn of events stunned some of the Skype rides who were watching from afar. This kind of change was a bit too sudden, causing everyone to be unable to recover from their shock. Jiang Luoli was even more stunned. Her attention had been focused on Jun Xiaoyao the entire time. When she came back to her senses, she was already tied up by the spirit sealing chain. Jiang Luoli's face flushed with anger, and she reprimanded, "Fong Han, what are you doing?" Fong Han's face was cold and frosty. After enduring for a long time, he finally revealed his true colors. Jun Xiaoyao glanced back. To Fong Han's surprise, Jun Xiaoyao did not seem to be too surprised. This scene seemed to be within his expectations. Could he have sensed it long ago? No, that's impossible. I hid it very well, Fong Han thought to himself. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze did not fall on Jiang Luoli, who was tied up. Instead, he looked at the god's sacrificial talisman. "I see. Is this the golden finger of your rise?" Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. He could feel that the god's sacrificial talisman contained the world's origin energy. It must be the world's origin energy of the hidden dragon continent. This was also what Jun Xiaoyao wanted. However, because Fong Han was the son of the royal lords of Dayan, he could not go too far before. Otherwise, he would have disheartened his meritorious servant. However, it did not matter now. As he expected, Fong Han was digging his own grave. However, Jun Xiaoyao looked at the spirit sealing chain that bound Jiang Luoli. This kind of spirit sealing chain was rare even in the immortal realm, let alone in the lower realm. "This spirit locking chain shouldn't be yours, right?" Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. At this moment, the heavily injured Yang Pan suddenly laughed. "Haha, Jun Xiaoyao, you're smart all your life, but you're stupid now. I was the one who gave him this spirit sealing chain." Yang Pan's words made it clear that he was working with Fong Han. "What? So it's like this? Damn it, you despicable person." Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes were spewing flames of anger. She had always hated Fong Han, and now she was even angrier. Jiang Luoli wanted to resist, but the spirit-locking chains had locked her dermic powers. Even the treasures in the spatial artifacts could not be used, because there was no source of magic power. Looking at the struggling Jiang Luoli, Fong Han smiled nonchalantly. Then he looked at Jun Xiaoyao and said with a hint of complacency and carefreeness, "Jun Xiaoyao, you've been humiliating me all this time. You probably didn't expect yourself to be in this situation, did you?" Fong Han was very pleased. He felt that he had grasped Jun Xiaoyao's weakness and had the upper hand. Moreover, he had been observing along the way. Jiang Luoli should be an important person to Jun Xiaoyao. Keeping Jiang Luoli in check was equivalent to keeping Jun Xiaoyao in check. This was Fong Han's confidence. "So, you've been holding back all this time for this moment?" Jun Xiaoyao's expression was still calm. Fong Han chuckled. Then, without hesitation, he told the truth. It turned out that he had met Yang Pan not long after entering the fissure of the 10 realms. In the end, both of them had a grudge against Jun Xiaoyao, so they set up this trap. From the beginning to the end, Fong Han had been scheming against Jun Xiaoyao. After saying this, Fong Han smiled proudly and said, "Jun Xiaoyao, are you angry, regretful, or angry after hearing this?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head. He raised his hand and took out a piece of jade. It was the light shadow stone that could record images. "I've recorded everything you said just now," Jun Xiaoyao said. Fong Han's expression changed slightly. He knew that he had been tricked by Jun Xiaoyao again, but he did not care too much. He sneered and said, "What's the use of recording this now? Do you think you can walk out of the fissure of the 10 realms alive? It's just evidence. Jun Xiaoyao put away the light shadow stone. With this thing, he could torture and kill Fong Han however he wanted. He did not have to worry about the royal lords of Dayin and the others. Jun Xiaoyao, surrender now. Otherwise, I will sacrifice her to the sacrificial talisman. Fong Han threatened. Brother Xiaoyao, don't worry about Luo Li, kill them. Jiang Luo Li shouted. She definitely did not want to become a burden to Jun Xiaoyao. She would rather die than be a burden to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly. He said, Do you think that the Son of God will care about this kind of threat? Oh, do you really not have any feelings for her? Fong Han stared at Jun Xiaoyao. He did not believe that Jun Xiaoyao would be indifferent to Jiang Luoli's death. Although Jiang Luoli did not want Jun Xiaoyao to be implicated because of her, if Jun Xiaoyao really did not have any feelings for her as a girl, it was inevitable that she would feel a little disappointed. Looking at the expressionless Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli bit her lip. Perhaps it has always been Luo Li's wishful thinking. Jiang Luoli felt dejected. She admitted that at the beginning, she did lick Jun Xiaoyao because of his looks. But now, Jiang Luoli liked Jun Xiaoyao not only because of his handsome face. Jiang Luoli liked his personality, his behavior, and everything about him. Looking at Jiang Luoli, who lowered her head slightly, Jun Xiaoyao pondered. In terms of absolute benefits, he did not need to care about Jiang Luoli. Jun Xiaoyao did not like Jiang Luoli that much now. Or rather, he did not care too much about any woman. This might be the trait of a scumbag, but it was the truth. Jun Xiaoyao was too hard to fall in love with. Right now, he only wanted to become stronger and become an emotionless cultivation machine. What? Aren't you going to surrender? Fong Han slightly activated the sacrificial god talisman. So, do you want to kill me directly? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands behind his back. Let's kill him directly, Fahai said to Yang Pan. This was a perfect opportunity. If he were to miss this opportunity, it would be almost impossible for him to kill Jun Xiaoyao. Yang Pan's eyes flashed as he suddenly looked at the ancient void Kuan beside the ancient void palace. He thought for a moment and said, Instead of killing Jun Xiaoyao directly, why don't we make use of him and let him attract the ancient void Kuan's attention? We can take the opportunity to enter the ancient palace. Hearing Yang Pan's suggestion, Fahai nodded slightly. If he was swallowed by the ancient void Kuan, the void storm in its body would be enough to kill Jun Xiaoyao. He would not be able to survive. Thinking of this, Yang Pan directly said to Jun Xiaoyao, Actually, there is another way. You attract the ancient void Kuan's attention, and we can release Jiang Luoli later. Oh, are you sure? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. The situation seemed to be under his control. Don't worry, we don't want to offend the Jiang family too much. As long as you go, we will definitely release Jiang Luoli. Yang Pan smiled faintly. No, Brother Xiaoyao, don't go. Jiang Luoli's face turned pale as she hurriedly shouted. If Jun Xiaoyao was swallowed by the ancient void Kuan, he would not be able to survive. Okay. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly. In fact, Yang Pan's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Scheming against each other and scheming against each other. Whether it was Fong Han or Yang Pan, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, they were all his younger brothers. Jun Xiaoyao's schemes were deeper than anyone else's. Recommended reading. Load 2013. Chapter 250. Seeing how easily Jun Xiaoyao agreed to his request, Yang Pan looked rather suspicious. But now that Jiang Luoli was in their hands, he wasn't afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would use any tricks. Jun Xiaoyao, you better not play any tricks, Yang Pan said coldly. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and walked towards the ancient void Kuan as if he was taking a stroll. Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao rushing towards the ancient void Kuan, Jiang Luoli let out a cry. She was a little disappointed because Jun Xiaoyao didn't have her in his heart. But now Jun Xiaoyao's actions proved that she still had a place in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. This made Jiang Luoli like Jun Xiaoyao even more. At the same time, she also felt sorry for Jun Xiaoyao. She didn't want anything to happen to him because of her. If Jun Xiaoyao knew his plan had made Jiang Luoli have a good impression of him, he would probably be very helpless. After all, Jun Xiaoyao's real intention wasn't to save Jiang Luoli. Jun Xiaoyao approached the ancient void palace and threw a palm at the ancient void Kuan. The ancient void Kuan let out an angry roar and opened its mouth towards Jun Xiaoyao. It was as if the sky was about to be swallowed. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, flashed and darted to the side. The ancient void Kuan swallowed everything along the way. Good chance. Yang Pan and Fa Hai's eyes flashed. At the same time, Yang Pan also shouted to Fang Han, "You stay here and restrain Jiang Luoli. After this is over, you won't be short of benefits." With that, Yang Pan and Fa Hai flew towards the ancient void palace at the same time. Fang Han's eyes flashed. To be honest, he wasn't stupid enough to trust Yang Pan and Fa Hai, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted Jun Xiaoyao dead, he had to cooperate with Yang Pan. The spirit sealing chains he used to subdue Jiang Luoli had been given to him by Yang Pan. Jiang Luoli's attention was on Jun Xiaoyao. The giant mouth of the ancient void Kuan unleashed a terrifying devouring power. It was like an enhanced version of the god-swallowing demonic technique. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was swallowed by the ancient void Kuan. Big brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli seemed to have lost her soul the moment Jun Xiaoyao was swallowed by the ancient void Kuan. She felt as if her entire world was collapsing. Her originally bright eyes were no longer shining. It was as if she had become a walking corpse. It was only now that Jiang Luoli realized how important Jun Xiaoyao was to her. Tears fell from her empty eyes and dripped down her pale face. Haha, he's dead. Jun Xiaoyao is finally dead. Fang Han laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. The mountain that had been pressing down on him had finally been crushed. The peerless hero that Juning worshipped had finally fallen. On the other side, Yang Pan and Fa Hai, who had just stepped into the ancient void palace, were also excited when they saw Jun Xiaoyao being swallowed by the ancient void Kuan. Jun Xiaoyao stood above the heads of many geniuses in the immortal realm and was known as an insurmountable mountain. Now he had finally fallen in the crack of the 10 realms. If this news spread to the immortal realm, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and shock everyone. Of course, Yang Pan and the others would also have to bear the pressure from the Jun family. However, they also had the confidence that the Jun family would not lower themselves to target them in a fight between their peers. Just when Yang Pan, Fa Hai, and Fang Han were relieved, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been swallowed by the ancient void Kuan, was in a special space. The inside of the ancient void Kuan's stomach was dark and deep, like the depths of the universe. Endless void windstorms swept across the area. Any living thing that was sucked in would be torn apart and broken down into pure energy in an instant, and then be absorbed by the ancient void Kuan. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and immediately took out the blue sky ancestral dragon armor. Then he used the strongest defensive technique of the divine elephant overpowering force, the underworld protection. The sacred body of the ancients, the blue sky ancestral dragon armor, the underworld protection, and Jun Xiaoyao's own powerful magical power shield. At this moment, his physical defense was strengthened to the extreme. It could be said that even if Jun Xiaoyao stood there and let Yang Pan and Fa Hai fight, they wouldn't be able to break through Jun Xiaoyao's defense. All kinds of void storms and void ripples hit Jun Xiaoyao's body fiercely, causing him to shake violently. If it were anyone else, even a genius from the immortal realm, their physical body would be directly shattered by this level of attack. But for Jun Xiaoyao, it could only make his body shake and his blood boil. What a terrifying void power. If I don't have some skills, I'll definitely die if I'm swallowed, Jun Xiaoyao said to himself. Only he would dare to take such a risk and enter. As for why, naturally it was because Jun Xiaoyao had a guess in his heart. The coiling Emperor Void sword might be in the ancient Void Kun's body. Of course, this was only Jun Xiaoyao's guess. However, his divine palace true spirit had become extremely sensitive after being tempered by the chaos divine grindstone visualization method. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao's perception far surpassed Yang Pan and the others. Moreover, ordinary people would instinctively think that the real treasure would be in the ancient Void Palace when they encountered such a situation. No one would think that the treasure would be hidden in the ancient Void Kun's body. The most dangerous place was the safest place. This was the reason why Jun Xiaoyao was willing to take action and be swallowed by the ancient Void Kun. It wasn't what Jiang Loli thought at all. He was sacrificing himself for her. Jun Xiaoyao probably didn't know that his choice had inadvertently increased Jiang Luoli's favorability. If Jiang Luoli's love for Jun Xiaoyao before was hopeless, then now she was the kind of person who could sacrifice her life for Jun Xiaoyao. Because in her eyes, Jun Xiaoyao could also sacrifice his life for her. That void fluctuation power should still be in the depths. Jun Xiaoyao looked into the depths. He cut through the thorns and thistles. With the coiling Emperor Time sword in hand, he cut through the void storm in front of him and rushed into the depths. The body of the ancient Void Kun was a self-formed space. It was extremely vast and was not inferior to a small continent. Along the way, Jun Xiaoyao even encountered a strange living being. Those living beings were in human form, but their bodies were like clouds that were filled with the power of the void. Spirit of the void. Jun Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows slightly. The spirit of the void was a kind of living being formed in the space within the ancient Void Kun's body. It was similar to a parasite-like existence. If some living beings were swallowed by the ancient Void Kun and barely survived because of luck, then these spirits of the void would appear and kill the living beings. The spirits of the void swarmed toward Jun Xiaoyao as soon as they saw him, as if they were sharks that had smelled blood. Jun Xiaoyao held the coiling Emperor Time sword in his hand and executed the Jun family's immortal slaying sword technique. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had mastered the 3 moves of the immortal slaying sword technique: immortal fall, immortal extermination, and immortal slaying. He slashed out with the immortal slaying sword. A vast sword light burst forth as if reflecting the scene of the immortals falling. Those spirits of the void exploded under this sword, turning into the purest void energy. Jun Xiaoyao didn't stop walking. He took out the demon wings on his back. His body shot into the depths like an arrow. However, a moment later, he suddenly saw the void in front of him distort. An incomparably huge void vortex appeared. Within it, an ancient sword could be seen flickering in and out of existence at the center of the whirlpool. Coiling Emperor Void Sword. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Recommended reading: Load File 2013. Chapter 251. That ancient sword was similar in shape to the coiling Emperor Time sword and the coiling Emperor Life sword. However, its entire body was filled with the power of the void, appearing and disappearing in the void. The entire huge void vortex was spinning with the coiling Emperor Void sword as the origin. Any existence that approached the coiling Emperor Void sword would be directly minced into pieces. Perhaps even Yang Pan didn't expect that the coiling Emperor Void sword he wanted was not in the Void Ancient Palace, but in the body of this ancient Void Kun. I have the coiling Emperor Time sword and the coiling Emperor Void sword in front of me. Then I will kill Yang Pan and seize the coiling Emperor Life sword. When the 3 swords combine, the Emperor weapon, coiling Emperor sword, will reappear in my hands. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. Emperor weapons were the weapons of great emperors. They were extremely powerful. Their deterrence was comparable to nuclear weapons. Perhaps Pan Wu Divine Master and the others of the Jin dynasty would never have thought that the person who had truly collected the Emperor weapon coiling emperor sword was not Yang Pan, but him, Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's figure flashed towards the coiling emperor void sword. The coiling emperor void sword seemed to have instinctively sensed some kind of danger. A storm rose in the surrounding void. Jun Xiaoyao activated the power of the coiling emperor time sword. When this power spread out, the coiling emperor void sword sensed an aura of the same origin and began to slowly stabilize. Jun Xiaoyao stretched out his hand and burst forth with magic power. He directly grabbed the coiling emperor void sword and placed it in his hand. Boom! The moment Jun Xiaoyao held the coiling emperor void sword in his hand, he seemed to feel the endless power of space around him. The originally illusory space seemed to have become countless layers of space in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. He even felt that he could easily tear the void apart with a swing of his sword. It's about time to go out. I wonder how Yang Pan and the others will react? Jun Xiaoyao shook his head and chuckled. He held the coiling emperor time sword in one hand and the coiling emperor void sword in the other. The two swords slashed into the depths of the void. It was as if Pengu wanted to split the world apart. At the same time, outside the ancient void Quinn, at the entrance of the ancient void palace, Yang Pan and Fa Hai appeared in a flash. Yang Pan's expression was unsightly. There were indeed many treasures in the ancient void palace. However, there was no coiling emperor void sword. That's not right. There should be no mistake about the resonance from before. But why isn't there any in the ancient palace? Yang Pan was puzzled. On the other hand, Fahai's expression was calm and composed. He didn't think it was a pity. Most importantly, Jun Xiaoyao was dead. A knot in his heart had also been untied. Yang Pan also thought of this. He sighed and said, "Forget it. Although we didn't find the Pan Huang void sword, at least Jun Xiaoyao is dead." In Yang Pan's eyes, killing Jun Xiaoyao was more important than obtaining the Pan Huang void sword. I, Jiang Luoli, will not let you go. I will never let you go, even if I die. Jiang Luoli's beautiful eyes carried a bone-chilling coldness, as if she had turned into a dark loli. A heart-palpitating chill was emitted from her body. The spirit chi of heaven and earth seemed to be about to boil and enter a berserk state. As expected of the elemental spirit Tao body, ranked in the top 100 of the 3,000 physiques. Just her emotions alone can affect the circulation of the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Seeing the scene, Yang Pan clicked his tongue and sighed. On the other hand, Fahai looked at Jiang Luoli's snow-white and cute face with an evil glint in his eyes. He had a Buddha body and a demon heart. Because of the influence of the demon heart, his actions tended to be evil. Brother Yang, I feel that letting this girl go is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Why don't we? Fahai revealed a trace of a smile, but it was incomparably evil. Hearing this, Yang Pan's eyes flickered. They had already offended the Jun family. If they offended the Jiang family, it would be very stressful for the Jin dynasty. However, thinking that even if they let Jiang Luoli go, she would still take revenge. Since that was the case, they might as well get rid of her directly. Sure, Yang Pan nodded. After all, there wouldn't be any guardians in this crack of the 10 worlds. They rushed towards the bound Jiang Luoli with sinister smiles on their faces. Jiang Luoli bit her lips, just as she was about to fight to the death. The ancient void Kuan suddenly started to roll in the sky and kept roaring. What's going on? Yang Pan, Fahai, Feng Han, and the others were all shocked. And Jiang Luoli's body shook as if she had thought of something. She was so excited that tears appeared in her eyes. I knew it. Brother Xiaoyao won't die so easily. Jiang Luoli was extremely happy. Sure enough, at the next moment, under the shocked gazes of Yang Pan and the others, a sword aura directly cut open the ancient void Kuan's body, and the power of the void exploded. A peerless figure in a white robe stepped out unhurriedly. It was Jun Xiaoyao. This, Yang Pan and the others were dumbfounded. Their minds seemed to have been frozen in an instant, and they couldn't come back to their senses. Did they see a ghost? Yang Pan didn't expect that Jun Xiaoyao would survive after being swallowed by the ancient Void Queen. Instead, he cut open the ancient Void Queen's body and slowly walked out. This had completely overturned everyone's imagination. The prodigies who had been observing the situation not far away also froze on the spot as if they had been petrified. They could imagine how powerful Yang Pan and the others were. That meant that Jun Xiaoyao's powers were far beyond what they could have imagined. They even wondered if Jun Xiaoyao was an old monster who had regained his youth. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Brother Xiaoyao! Jiang Luoli cried tears of joy. This feeling of regaining something that had been lost was too emotional. Jun Xiaoyao nodded at Jiang Luoli and then looked at Yang Pan and the others. Yang Pan, Fa Hai, and Feng Han's hearts sank slightly. Jun Xiaoyao, you? Yang Pan opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. What else could he say? Even the ancient Void Queen couldn't kill Jun Xiaoyao. Unless Jun Xiaoyao committed suicide, there was no way they could defeat Jun Xiaoyao. Feng Han also thought of this and shouted, Jun Xiaoyao, if you dare to attack, she will definitely die. Feng Han's words made Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turn cold. He hated being threatened the most. Feng Han, you must die, Jun Xiaoyao said. Feng Han activated the sacrificial talisman and approached Jiang Luoli. Try it if you dare. Feng Han's eyes were bloodshot. However, he did notice that an ancient sword had quietly appeared in the void behind him. It was the Coiling Emperor Void Sword. The Coiling Emperor Void Sword had the power of the void, but it was lifeless and had merged into the void. Feng Han didn't notice it at all. Oh no! When Yang Pan's gaze fell on Feng Han, his expression changed. Die! At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking. The Coiling Emperor Void Sword instantly pierced into Feng Han's head, and sword energy burst forth. The power of the void was chaotic. In a breath, Feng Han's physical body and primordial spirit were shattered into nothingness. The heaven-defying child Feng Han had fallen. Seeing this scene, Yang Pan and Fa Hai felt a chill in their hearts, especially Yang Pan. After seeing the Coiling Emperor Void Sword, his eyes widened and his pupils trembled. He finally understood why Jun Xiaoyao was so obedient in the beginning. It was because he had long expected that the Coiling Emperor Void Sword might be in the ancient Void Queen's body. It seemed that he and Feng Han had schemed against Jun Xiaoyao. In reality, Jun Xiaoyao had beaten them at their own game and schemed against them instead. Jun Xiaoyao's scheming and shrewdness were too terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, and the Coiling Emperor Void Sword appeared in his hand. In his other hand, he held the Coiling Emperor Time Sword. Have you thought of your last words? Jun Xiaoyao held the sword with both hands and stood in the void. His eyes were filled with indifferent killing intent, as if he was the supreme emperor who ruled over life and death. At this moment, Yang Pan and Fa Hai only felt endless despair drowning their hearts. Everything was over. There was only one price to pay for angering Jun Xiaoyao. That was death. Recommended reading. Load file 2013. Chapter 252. It was hard to imagine that the famous marquis champion of the Panwu Jin dynasty was actually trembling like a sieve at this moment. He looked at the Pan Huang Time Sword and Pan Huang Void Sword in Jun Xiaoyao's hands and instantly understood everything. Jun Xiaoyao had actually been scheming against him all this time. It was even possible that Jun Xiaoyao had already started to have designs on the Pan Huang sword when he was in the Panwu Jin dynasty. He, Yang Pan, had completely become a leak. Now, it was about time for Jun Xiaoyao to start harvesting. It had to be said that Jun Xiaoyao's scheme was too ruthless. Jun Xiaoyao, so your goal from the beginning has been the Pan Huang sword. Yang Pan gritted his teeth. He had no idea when Jun Xiaoyao had obtained the Pan Huang Time sword. Jun Xiaoyao had also never revealed it publicly in the Immortal Region. It seems like you're not that stupid. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes revealed a trace of cold mockery. Yang Pan, who was slow to realize, had already lost all his chances. This Pan Huang sword belongs to the Panwu Jin dynasty. Aren't you afraid of angering the Panwu Jin dynasty after obtaining it? Yang Pan had no choice but to use the Panwu Jin dynasty's name. Would this son of God care? Jun Xiaoyao found it very laughable. Hearing this, Yang Pan's heart sank to the bottom. Indeed, during the prince consort selection ceremony for Wu Mingyue, Jun Xiaoyao's protector directly killed the prince of the Panwu Jin dynasty. In the end, didn't the Panwu Jin dynasty still have to swallow their pride? The Panwu Jin dynasty didn't have the confidence to go against the Jun family at all. Thinking of this, Yang Pan felt powerless. Fahai was also in the same mood as him. He had walked out of the little western paradise with great ambition. In the end, he failed at the first stop at the Heavenly Tao Tower and was brutally abused by Jun Xiaoyao. Now that he had obtained an opportunity in the mortal world and had completely awakened the devil's heart of Buddha, he did not expect that he would still be no match for Jun Xiaoyao. This opponent was too terrifying. He was simply invincible. Jun Xiaoyao didn't waste any time and attacked with his sword. His cultivation was already heaven-defying, and with the support of Pan Huang's twin swords, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. A casual slash of the coiling Emperor Void's sword could shatter the void for 10,000 miles. The coiling Emperor Time's sword slashed out, and the power of time spread out, dissolving everything. Under Jun Xiaoyao's relentless attacks, Yang Pan and Fahai were simply putting up a deathbed struggle. Even if they released all their strength and resisted with all their might, they would not be able to resist Jun Xiaoyao. They did have some protective treasures on them. However, under Jun Xiaoyao's ferocious attacks, these protective treasures were all reduced to ashes. In the end, Yang Pan roared and activated the coiling Emperor life, sword to the extreme, wanting to fight to the death. However, he was directly beheaded by Jun Xiaoyao, and his blood splattered across the sky. Yang Pan's head flew high into the sky. His twisted face was filled with anger, unwillingness, and despair. He started off as a horse breeder and was extremely lucky. He rose all the way to become the marquee champion of the Jin dynasty. His journey was smooth until he met Jun Xiaoyao in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. His fate took a turn. Over and over again, he was defeated and embarrassed by Jun Xiaoyao's attacks. Now, he finally lost his life in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. When Fahai saw this scene, his demonic heart was about to collapse. He lost all his will to fight and turned to leave. Jun Xiaoyao attacked with the immortal slaying sword art, and sword qi spread across 10,000 miles. Fahai used all his means, but in front of this sword, he was still like a piece of paper. His body was torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The marquee champion of the Jin dynasty of Panwu, the Arhat of the Little Western Paradise, they were all dead. One could imagine that if this news were to spread to the mystic realm, it would cause a huge shock. The imperial study, because the Panwu Jin dynasty was the immortal Jin dynasty and the Little Western Paradise was also an immortal orthodoxy. Previously, the fallen son of God of the fallen God Palace was indirectly killed by Jun Xiaoyao. In addition to the Little Western Paradise, the Panwu Jin dynasty, and the Demon God Palace, Jun Xiaoyao's trip to the lower realm provoked 4 immortal forces. This did not take into account the Archean royalty. Otherwise, he would have provoked even more forces. It could be said that if it were any other successor of an immortal force, they would not dare to do so. They would be flustered. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Killing these 2 people was like slaughtering 2 dogs. There was not much of a reaction. Jun Xiaoyao had the confidence to kill. Among the 3 families of the Huang clan, 2 of them were his backers. There was also the Holy Spirit College, whose disciples were all over the Huangtian mystic realm behind him. Jun Xiaoyao was not weak. After seeing Jun Xiaoyao take care of these 2 people so cleanly, the surrounding geniuses hurriedly scattered, afraid that they would be angered. Jun Xiaoyao used the god-devouring demonic technique and turned Fahai's flesh and blood essence into pure energy. After all, the energy of the Buddha's demonic heart was still very strong. With a wave of his hand, the Pan Huang, sword of life, broke through the air and fell into his hand. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao had completely gathered the 3 swords of Pan Huang. He could also feel the close connection between these 3 swords. Then, Jun Xiaoyao reached out and grabbed the sacrificial talisman in his hand. He used his divine power and squeezed hard. This treasure of destiny of the hidden dragon continent was crushed by Jun Xiaoyao with a crack. Then, the endless power of the origin of the world spread out like a geyser. In the end, it turned into a ball of golden origin of the world that was faintly surrounded by imperial dragon chi. It was the origin of the hidden dragon continent. Jun Xiaoyao accepted it with a smile. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao had already collected the origin of the 5 continents of Tianqian, Xingqian, Sunluo, Wanxiang, and Hidden Dragon. This was equivalent to Jun Xiaoyao monopolizing half of the 10 earthly origins of the lower realm. I'm one step closer to collecting the origin of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This time his harvest was too great. He had obtained the Pan Huang, Sword of Life, and the Pan Huang Void Sword, as well as the origin of the Hidden Dragon Continent. He had also solved the 2 small problems of Yang Pan and Fahai. This feeling of harvesting leeks was too satisfying. It was simply addictive. At that moment, Jiang Luoli rushed to Jun Xiaoyao like a sparrow returning to its nest. She hugged him tightly, her arms hugging him tightly. "Boo-hoo, Brother Xiaoyao, it's all because Luoli is too stupid. I've dragged you down. Don't sacrifice yourself for Luoli next time. Luoli isn't worth Brother Xiaoyao's sacrifice." Jiang Luoli buried her small face in Jun Xiaoyao's arms, tears falling like rain. Seeing Jiang Luoli's attitude, Jun Xiaoyao was a little stunned. The reason why he went to the ancient Void Kun's body was only to investigate the whereabouts of the Pan Huang Void Sword. It had nothing to do with Jiang Luoli. Seeing Jiang Luoli so touched, Jun Xiaoyao didn't know what to say for a moment. Was this considered flirting? But Jun Xiaoyao really didn't have such thoughts. It could only be said that an unintentional willow had grown. "All right, don't cry. It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Jun Xiaoyao patted Jiang Luoli's little head. This warm pat on the head made Jiang Luoli cry loudly. She was very guilty and self-reproachful. Her long eyelashes were covered in tears. Only by experiencing loss would one cherish it more. The moment Jun Xiaoyao was swallowed, Jiang Luoli really thought that she would never see Jun Xiaoyao again. Jun Xiaoyao sighed in his heart, feeling helpless. Chapter 253. Jun Xiaoyao tried his best to calm Jiang Luoli down. She stopped crying. At the same time, when she thought of how Jun Xiaoyao was willing to take the risk for her, her heart was filled with happiness. Big Brother Xiaoyao that... Jiang Luoli wrung her fingers. "What?" Jun Xiaoyao asked. After returning to the celestial realm this time, "Do you want to tell Mother to hold the engagement party first?" Jiang Luoli smiled shyly. "Ahem." Jun Xiaoyao coughed dryly. "The date hasn't even been set yet, and she's already calling me mother. And you're a girl, do you have to be so proactive? Let's go, the greatest opportunity is in the depths of the rift of the 10 realms." Jun Xiaoyao was afraid of this girl. She was too proactive, and it was a little unbearable. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's back view, Jiang Luoli pouted, but she still had a sweet smile on her face. She snorted and said, "I didn't expect Big Brother Xiaoyao to have such a thunder side. But it doesn't matter. Luoli has already set her sights on you." Jiang Luoli grinded her small canine teeth and chuckled. If Jun Xiaoyao heard this, he would probably complain again. Her canine teeth hurt. Jun Xiaoyao rushed straight into the depths of the rift of the 10 realms. because he didn't forget that he still had a chance to sign in at the altar of heroes. The martyr's altar was the opportunity he valued the most. This transformation might cause his realm to skyrocket, and he would far surpass his peers. As for the remaining 5 world sources, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't worried. He had already vaguely sensed that the other 5 world sources were in the rift of the 10 realms, on the bodies of some prodigies. Finally, the 2nd volume of the physical book. Jun Xiaoyao felt that, in the lower realms, only the rift of the 10 realms might have the 2nd volume of the physical book, because if it appeared in the 10 continents, it would have been discovered long ago. The rift between the 10 realms was the most secretive place. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to enter it. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao continued to explore. On the other side, Jun Xiaoyao's 2 followers, Yu and Yan Qingying, were also looking for their own opportunities. Yan Qingying came to a deathly silent land. The land was pitch black in color. All the plants and creatures seemed to have withered as their life force was absorbed. At first glance, it didn't look like a place with treasures. Those geniuses who were lucky enough to enter the rift of the 10 realms would not waste their time in such a place. However, Yan Qingying had come over for some reason. Even she herself didn't quite understand it. It was just that, subconsciously, there seemed to be some kind of attraction that was pulling her over. Yan Qingying kept moving forward. In front of her was a deep valley. Waves of dark energy kept sweeping through it. All of the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to be sucked into it along with the tide. Yan Qingying's beautiful eyes flickered. She twisted her delicate body and flashed in. In the core of the valley, there was a pitch-black energy source. If one looked carefully, they would see it. In the black energy source, there was a pitch-black seed. The pitch-black seed was dark and deep, as if it was pure black. It was as if the dark energy of heaven and earth had gathered together and compressed into such a seed. That's the darkness immortal seed. Yan Qingying's beautiful eyes that were as dark as the night stars shone with an unprecedented luster. When she inherited the god-devouring demonic technique, she had also obtained some information. It also recorded what was the most suitable immortal seed for the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. And the darkness immortal seed was the most suitable immortal seed for the successor of the god-devouring demonic technique. Yan Qingying did not expect that there would be an immortal seed in the rift between the 10 realms. She also did not expect that it would be the most suitable darkness immortal seed for her. Together, Master is right. I have my own opportunity. Yan Qingying's beautiful eyes were very bright. At this moment, she admired Jun Xiaoyao even more. He was simply a divine foresight. It would be difficult for her not to rule the world in the future if she followed such a master. However, just as Yan Qingying was about to take the darkness immortal seed, suddenly, a chaotic mist filled the void, and a palm print surrounded by chaotic chi pressed down from the sky. Yan Qingying was caught off guard and could only temporarily dodge. The darkness immortal seed was directly grabbed by the palm print. Who is it? Yan Qingying's snow-white face was cold, and her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. She was only a little girl, and a gentle girl in front of Jun Xiaoyao. She did not have a good expression when facing others. In the sky, 2 figures, one male and one female, appeared. The man's face was like jade, and he wore a reddish-gold robe. Chaotic chi surrounded him, and he was filled with a powerful aura. As for the woman, she sat cross-legged on a green lotus. An immortal light surrounded her. Her face was covered with a veil, making it difficult for others to see her clearly. She was like a female immortal who was isolated from the mortal world. These 2 people were the strongest heaven-defying sun, Li Daoxian and Ji Qingyi. My luck is indeed not bad. I even obtained a darkness immortal seed. Li Daoxian played with the darkness immortal seed in his hand, and there was a leisurely smile on his handsome face. These words made Yan Qingying's face turn cold. This darkness immortal seed was clearly an opportunity that belonged to her. However, the man in front of her had snatched it away. However, she could also feel that Li Daoxian was not ordinary. Moreover, the aura on his body gave Yan Qingying a faint sense of oppression. However, the one that Yan Qingying feared the most was Ji Qingyi. Her aura was too celestial. She even had a trace of an aura similar to Jun Xiaoyao's. They were both so otherworldly. Fortunately, Yan Qingying could feel that Ji Qingyi did not have any intention of attacking her. She was just watching from the side. "Who are you?" Yan Qingying's pitch-black beautiful eyes were as deep as a black hole, emitting a heart-palpitating devouring power. Seeing this, Li Daoxian said indifferently, "I can feel that you are one of the 10 heaven-defying children. I will give you a chance. Hand over the world's origin energy and submit to me. Then I can spare your life." Hearing Li Daoxuan's words, Yan Qingying finally understood. She understood why Li Daoxian could vaguely give her a sense of oppression. It was because he was very likely the strongest existence among the 10 heaven-defying children. He was also the so-called Gu King. What? No reaction. I have already killed 2 of the 10 heaven-defying children. I don't mind killing one more. Li Daoxuan's face slowly darkened. The 10 heaven-defying children had a faint sense of each other. Li Daoxian had coincidentally sensed Yan Qingying's aura, which was why he had followed her all the way here. Hearing Li Daoxuan's threat, Yan Qingying smiled coldly. Did he think that he was great just because he had killed 2 heaven-defying children? Her master, Jun Xiaoyao, had killed many more heaven-defying children than Li Daoxian. Give up. I have already given my world's origin energy to my master. Moreover, I will only be loyal to him forever, Yan Qingying said coldly. What? Hearing this, Li Daoxuan's face was as dark as water. He did not expect that someone had already subdued Yan Qingying. Moreover, Yan Qingying had even taken the initiative to give away the world's origin energy. You deserve to die. Chapter 254. Li Daoxian was a little embarrassed. In his opinion, as one of the 10 heaven-defying children, how could she submit to others so easily? Yan Qingying's actions were a humiliation to Li Daoxian, who was also one of the 10 heaven-defying children, not to mention that she had even offered up the world's origin energy. This was something that Li Daoxian could not tolerate. The world's origin energy was something that he had to obtain. Who is your master? Li Daoxian asked coldly as he attacked. He wanted to know who could subdue this arrogant, heaven-defying child. Yan Qingying did not answer. She waved her hand, which transformed into a terrifying devouring vortex that collided with Li Daoxuan's attack. Seeing Yan Qingying's attack, Ji Qingyi's clear eyes suddenly flashed with light. That move could it be? Ji Qingyi murmured in her heart. Yan Qingying's ability reminded her of a rather famous demonic art in the immortal region. The creator of the demonic art was notorious. He went around devouring others. In the end, he angered everyone and was heavily injured. In the end, he disappeared without a trace. The people of the immortal region all thought that the creator of the demonic art was already dead. However, Ji Qingyi did not expect to see such a notorious demonic art in the lower realm. If this news spread to the immortal region, who knew how many waves it would cause? After all, many factions were harmed by the creator of the demonic art. However, Ji Qingyi did not act rashly. She observed carefully. On the other hand, Li Daoxian was merciless. He decided to first forcefully suppress Yan Qingying, then force her to find her master, and finally take back the world's origin energy. However, to Li Daoxuan's surprise, Yan Qingying's strength far exceeded his expectations. With his identity as the strongest heaven-defying child, dealing with the other heaven-defying children was no different from chopping melons and vegetables. However, facing Yan Qingying, he was unable to gain an absolute advantage. He naturally did not understand that Yan Qingying had first devoured the fallen son of God, and then devoured the sky demon prince's demon-god bloodline. It could be said that in terms of talent and potential, Yan Qingying was not inferior to the top prodigies of the immortal region. The successor of the god-devouring demonic art improved extremely quickly. If she didn't have this potential, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't have gone against the fallen son of God for her. Li Daoxian formed a seal with one hand, and a seal surrounded by chaotic aura appeared. Everywhere it passed, space cracked, and it suppressed Yan Qingying. Behind Yan Qingying, the black and white fallen angel wings flapped. Yin and Yang Qi circulated and transformed into two beams of divine light that shot out and collided with the chaotic Dharma seal. She waved her hands and summoned another devouring vortex. At the same time, a demonic figure appeared behind her. That was the effect of the demon-god bloodline. There was nothing special about Yan Qingying's physique. The only special thing about her was that she could contain any kind of power. The power of the fallen son of God and the power of the demonic god's bloodline were all absorbed by her and refined perfectly. Damn it! Seeing that he couldn't easily suppress Yan Qingying, Li Daoxuan's face turned ugly. Of course, his strength was not limited to this. He did not even use the world's origin energy. However, this feeling of not being able to suppress her made him very unhappy. He lost face in front of Ji Qingyi. However, Ji Qingyi, who had been watching the battle from the side, was completely sure. Yan Qingying was the successor of the god-devouring demonic art. If the god-devouring demonic art reappears in the world, it won't be a good thing if it's not controlled. Ji Qingyi had some thoughts. She started to consider recruiting Yan Qingying. In terms of value, Yan Qingying was definitely not inferior to Li Daoxian. Moreover, both the Ji family and the human immortal sect had the ability to nurture the successor of the god-devouring demonic art. Thinking of this, Ji Qingyi said, "You are the successor of the god-devouring demonic art. Are you willing to join the Ji family or the human immortal sect?" Hearing Ji Qingyi's words, Li Daoxuan's eyes flashed coldly. Logically speaking, it should be something to be proud of for a lower world genius to be recruited by a celestial realm faction. However, Yan Qingying had a mocking expression on her face as she said, "I have said that I will only be loyal to my master for all eternity." You might not know what the Ji family and the human immortal sect represent. If the master behind you heard about these two powers, he would definitely be terrified. Ji Qingyi's voice was as cold as a spring as she said indifferently, "The Ji family and the human immortal sect. One was a clan of the ancients, while the other was an imperishable orthodoxy." In her eyes, no matter how strong Yan Qingying's master was, he was just a genius of a large faction in the celestial realm. Even the successor of an imperishable orthodoxy would be wary of the Ji family and the human immortal sect. However, Yan Qingying still had a fearless expression on her face. She knew how powerful her master, Jun Xiaoyao's background was. "Who is your master? Ask him to come and see me." Ji Qingyi's eyes were calm, and her tone was aloof. "Humph, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. To be able to be fancied by Fairy Qingyi is a blessing that you can't cultivate even in 10 lifetimes. What does that master of yours count for when compared to Fairy Qingyi?" Li Daoxian said with a cold smile, "My master is the son of God of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao." Yan Qingying said confidently as she stared at Ji Qingyi. Heaven and earth seemed to be silent for a moment after she said that. The calmness in Ji Qingyi's eyes was instantly broken. A huge wave was created. This was an expression that Li Daoxian had never seen before. "What did you say? Jun Xiaoyao?" Ji Qingyi took a deep breath as her chest heaved up and down. She had expected that Jun Xiaoyao might enter the crack of the 10 worlds. However, she had not expected that the master behind the successor of the god-swallowing demonic art was actually Jun Xiaoyao. What? Jun Xiaoyao? It's him? Li Daoxian frowned slightly. He had already known how powerful Jun Xiaoyao was from Ji Qingyi. However, he had not thought much of it and was even a little jealous. This was because Ji Qingyi's demeanor would only change when Jun Xiaoyao was mentioned. It was as if she had turned from a high and mighty deity into a human. However, Ji Qingyi was still high and mighty when facing him. He could only look at her from afar. This is troublesome. Ji Qingyi frowned. She was very smart and did not want to provoke Jun Xiaoyao. However, Li Daoxian had already unknowingly become enemies with Jun Xiaoyao. I'll leave this darkness immortal seed with you for now. I will personally take it back. Yan Qingying looked deeply at Li Daoxian. The fallen angel wings on her back flapped, and her body flashed into the distance. Li Daoxian did not chase after her because she did not have the origin energy of the realm on her. Sigh, I can't avoid it in the end. Ji Qingyi shook her head slightly. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens. Fairy Qingyi, is there a need to be so wary of Jun Xiaoyao? Is my strength not enough to deal with him? Li Daoxian frowned. The greatest insult to a man was that he was not as good as another man. Ji Qingyi looked at Li Daoxian and did not say anything. However, she was thinking in her heart, if you can't even suppress his followers, how can you deal with him? Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, Li Daoxian was still too young. We can only take one step at a time. Let's quickly enter the deepest part of the crack of the 10 worlds and leave after finding the opportunity. Otherwise, you might not be able to walk out of the crack of the 10 worlds safely. Ji Qingyi looked at Li Daoxian and said, this was already a warning. Li Daoxuan's eyes darkened. He was protected by the heavens and had a smooth journey. He had never met with any setbacks. However, Ji Qingyi's advice was no different from humiliation in his eyes. How bad was he in Ji Qingyi's eyes? They had not even fought, and she already thought that he was not as good as Jun Xiaoyao. Li Daoxian felt extremely wronged. He even wanted to fight with Jun Xiaoyao personally to prove his ability to Ji Qingyi. Chapter 255. In the rift of the 10 realms, Jun Xiaoyao and Jiang Luoli flew towards the deepest part of the rift. Jun Xiaoyao did not need to care about the other opportunities in the rift of the 10 realms. However, the hero spirit altar was the opportunity that he valued the most. It was related to his transformation. The deeper they went, the more the token sachet in Jun Xiaoyao's hand emitted a resonance. It was obvious that he was not far from the hero spirit altar. At that moment, a beautiful figure flew over from afar. It was Yan Qingying. Young master. Yan Qingying called out when she saw Jun Xiaoyao. What's wrong? Jun Xiaoyao asked when he saw that Yan Qingying's hair was slightly messy and she had a fighting aura. Yan Qingying then told him everything that had happened. I see. Ji Qingyi has also come to the lower realm and has formed an alliance with a heaven-defying child. However, that heaven-defying child is obviously not simple. He has the 3 realms' origins, Jun Xiaoyao said. Yan Qingying said that the heaven-defying child had once killed the other 2 heaven-defying children. It meant that he alone had the 3 realms' origins. Ordinary heaven-defying children could not be so strong. Young master, I'm sorry. Did I cause trouble for you? Yan Qingying said weakly. She was like a cold queen of darkness in front of Li Daoxian and the others. However, in front of Jun Xiaoyao, she was like a gentle girl. It's nothing. Not only did you not cause me trouble, but you also brought me a fat sheep. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The heaven-defying child called Li Daoxian had the 3 realms' origins. It saved Jun Xiaoyao the effort of collecting the world's origins. He had the 5 realms' origins, while Li Daoxian had the 3 realms' origins. Jun Xiaoyao believed that the remaining 2 realms' origins must be with a certain prodigy in the rift of the 10 realms. That was because the prodigy who could obtain the world's origins would definitely be able to enter the rift of the 10 realms. Don't worry. Your darkness immortal seed will definitely be retrieved, comforted Jun Xiaoyao. Thank you, young master. Yan Qingying bowed, and the love hidden deep in her eyes could not be completely concealed. This made Jiang Luoli pout, but she didn't say anything. Didn't this prove that her big brother Xiaoyao was so charming that no woman could resist him? Of course. This also made Jiang Luoli feel a sense of danger. She began to think about how she could take over Jun Xiaoyao first. Isn't it time to cook the rice? Jun Xiaoyao didn't notice the slyness in Jiang Luoli's big eyes at all. Just as he was about to set off, in the distant sky, a figure flashed over again. It was Yu. At this moment, Yu's aura was still at the Tao integration realm. However, he had a different feeling from before. Young master. Yu cupped his fists at Jun Xiaoyao with a hint of excitement on his face. Seems like you've gained a lot of opportunities. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. That's right. Yu stretched out his hand and flames surged. A scarlet fire seed was burning. This is the Xianyang divine fire? Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. Yu didn't need to look for the immortal seed to reach the Tao integration realm because he had already merged with a Sun True seed and become a Tao integration realm expert. The realm after the Tao integration realm was the Nirvana realm. The Nirvana realm was to find a suitable fire seed to undergo nirvana and transform the divine palace true spirit into a small primordial spirit. The Xianyang divine fire was an extremely rare and powerful fire seed. It was also very compatible with Yu's own cultivation attributes. That's right. You can wait until you reach the hero spirit altar before refining the fire seed to undergo nirvana. It should be very beneficial for you. Jun Xiaoyao said. Yu's choice to not merge with the Xianyang divine fire immediately was the right choice. Yes, thank you for your advice. Jun Xiaoyao's suggestion was to help Yu improve his strength and make him stronger. Yu was even more grateful to have such a master who took care of him. He was even more determined to follow Jun Xiaoyao. All right, let's go. The geniuses in the 10 realms rift should be gathering at the altar now. Jun Xiaoyao said. After the 4 of them gathered again, they rushed towards the deepest part of the 10 realms rift together. Just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were about to move, the other geniuses in the 10 realms rift also rushed towards the deepest part at the same time. And the deeper they went, the more they discovered that there were extremely powerful remnant souls and resentful spirits. These remnant souls and resentful spirits seemed to be living beings that had perished near the hero spirit altar. Every remnant soul was extremely powerful. Occasionally, there would be geniuses that perished beneath the hands of these remnant souls. Bang! In another world, 2 figures appeared. One of them was a handsome youth in a black and gold robe. He reached out his hand. The power of samsara surged, tearing apart a remnant soul in front of him. This pale and handsome youth was the ancient freak of the samsara demon sect, River of Forgetfulness, and beside him was a young girl in a short black skirt. She was as pure and charming as an enchantress. She was naturally the demon celestial cult's Xiaomaxian. We should be arriving at the hero spirit altar soon. That is the origin point where the destiny of the 10 realms rift gathers. There are great lucky chances there. Xiaomaxian blinked her bright eyes, a look of anticipation in them. Your enemy, the saintess of the human celestial cult, should also go there. River of Forgetfulness lightly said. He, at that time, the brave will emerge victorious. Xiaomaxian chuckled. The 2 of them continued forwards. Along the way, the remnant souls and resentful spirits weren't able to stop them at all. Finally, around 2 hours passed. They arrived at the deepest part of the 10 realms rift. Looking around, even Xiaomaxian and River of Forgetfulness felt their minds shake. This was because this land was a deep white. This wasn't the color of the soil, but the color of white bones. Countless white bones covered the earth, and at the end of this land of bones, there was a pyramid-shaped altar. It stood tall, exuding a wild, primitive, ancient, and mysterious aura. This ancient altar was also covered with bones. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Was this a land of lucky chances or a burial ground? Is that the hero spirit altar? Xiao Maxian looked at the altar covered in bones. Her face was no longer as relaxed and playful as before, but rather dignified and dignified. I, River of Forgetfulness, have been buried in the lower realms for so long because of this lucky chance. I want to transform on the hero spirit altar and walk down an unprecedented road. River of Forgetfulness let out a deep breath. To walk down a road that no one had ever walked down before, this was likely the common goal of all peerless, proud children of heaven. But those that could truly walk down this broad road were far, far too few, nearly zero. Of course, if one followed the path of their predecessors, they could also confirm their Tao and become an emperor, climbing to the peak. But in the end, people were ambitious. There was no need to mention an ancient freak like River of Forgetfulness. In the surroundings, there were also a small number of proud children of heaven that arrived. As they saw the scene in front of them, they fell into a state of shock. Let's go. Xiao Maxian's eyes flashed. She wanted to climb the hero spirit altar with River of Forgetfulness. But at this time, a voice as cold as a spring echoed out. Xiao Maxian, you really are here. Chapter 256. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Maxian paused her steps and turned around to look. Two figures had arrived. It was Ji Qingyi and Li Daoxian. For a time the atmosphere froze. On one side was the saintess of the human immortal sect and the strongest heaven-defying child. On the other side was the saintess of the demon immortal sect and the ancient freak of the demon sect of Samsara. The atmosphere in the surrounding area seemed to have changed. As for the other geniuses who came here, none of them dared to move. If they wanted to ascend the heroic spirit altar, they would most likely be targeted by Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian. Therefore, the surroundings of the martyrs' altar fell into a strange silence. In this silence, Xiao Maxian was the first to break it. She grinned, her pure and beautiful face carrying a trace of charm. She chuckled and said, "So it's Sister Qingyi. Have you been following me? The fortuitous encounters of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated." Ji Qingyi was still aloof, her temperament unparalleled. Her face was covered with a veil, covering her beautiful face. Only a pair of eyes that reflected autumn water could be seen. She looked at Wang Chuan with a dignified expression. Wang Chuan's aura made her feel a little wary. Wang Chuan had just broken out of his seal, and his aura had yet to merge with the aura of this era. His cultivation was far from the peak. Even Princess Longji needed to go into seclusion for a period of time to completely adapt to the aura of this era. But even if Wang Chuan had not reached the peak, the faint pressure still made Ji Qingyi feel a little troubled. "This is," Ji Qingyi said, "demon sect of Samsara, Wang Chuan." Wang Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. "Demon sect of Samsara." Ji Qingyi's eyes flashed. Demon sect of Samsara had long disappeared in the dust of history. However, Wang Chuan was still quite famous back then. After all, he had the Saint Samsara body and was one of the most brilliant geniuses of his era. Ji Qingyi's heart sank. She did not expect Xiao Maxian to find an ancient freak as an ally. In comparison, although Li Daoxuan's luck and strength were amazing, he was still a little immature compared to Wang Chuan. At this time, Li Daoxuan's gaze locked onto Wang Chuan. The reason for that was because he was able to faintly sense the world's origin energy being emitted from the Forgotten River's body. "You have the world's origin?" Li Daoxuan's eyes flashed. The River of Forgetfulness raised his eyebrows slightly. He had also sensed the surging world's origin energy within Li Daoxuan's body. Moreover, there was an additional aura that was stronger than his. This meant that there were 3 world essences in Li Daoxuan's body. Immediately, a strange look appeared in their eyes. They both wanted to obtain the other's world origin. Hee, big sister Qingyi, this heroic spirit altar is extremely dangerous. If you aren't careful, then you might die. Big sister, you shouldn't climb it. Xiao Maxian chuckled. Her words seemed to be out of consideration for Ji Qingyi. However, his true meaning was that he did not want Ji Qingyi to ascend the heroic spirit altar. The human immortal sect and the demon immortal sect were at odds with each other. She and Ji Qingyi were in a competitive relationship. Xiao Maxian naturally didn't want to see Ji Qingyi become stronger. Xiao Maxian, these are also the words I wanted to say to you. It was impossible for Ji Qingyi to retreat. Instead, she confronted Xiao Maxian. The smell of gunpowder seemed to be spreading between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the four of them attacked at the same time. Chaos energy exploded around Li Daoxian. He stretched out his hand, causing the void to collapse inch by inch. He could also feel the river of forgetfulness's strength. Thus, he attacked with his full strength. He did not hold back like when he dealt with Yan Qingying. If Li Daoxian attacked with his full strength, his strength would be terrifying. His might would cause one to tremble in fear. Heavens! Could that be the legendary chaos body? The surrounding geniuses cried out in alarm. The chaos body, even in the celestial realm, was a physique rarely seen in 10,000 years, much less in the lower realms. This was why it was so shocking. Chaos body? Seeing Li Daoxian attack, a trace of surprise flashed in River of Forgetfulness's eyes. Although it was indeed primal chaos chi, he still felt that something was wrong. However, River of Forgetfulness didn't think too much about it. He also attacked. Even if Li Daoxian had the chaos body for better or worse, he still had the reincarnation saint body. Even if he couldn't crush the chaos body, he could at least contend with it. River of Forgetfulness also punched out a palm, carrying the power of samsara. Of these two people, one brazenly attacked, chaos energy filling the air. The other pushed out a palm, the power of samsara bursting forth. The two of them were like two needles against each other. The moment their bodies collided, endless ripples spread out. Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian also began their battle. Ji Qingyi flicked her jade-like hands, magic power surging and immortal light shining. It was as if the phantom of a female immortal had appeared behind her. As for Xiao Maxian, she was mischievous like a witch. Demonic light burst forth from her hands. Her entire temperament changed, as if she were a witch that could charm all living beings. This strange charm was paired with her pure and beautiful face. She was a combination of innocence and charm. It was extremely moving. The celestial demon cult was rumored to be the legacy of a demonic immortal. Xiao Maxian had naturally inherited all sorts of peerless techniques. As the two of them fought, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. They were like beautiful women dancing in the heavens. But compared to these two women, Li Daoxian and River of Forgetfulness's battle was much fiercer. Li Daoxian punched out. Endless threads of chaos energy twined around his fist. Every wisp of energy was as heavy as a mountain, capable of crushing mountains. Chaos energy was one of the most powerful strengths in the world. It was enough to make one dread it. If it were any other proud child of heaven, their mortal body would explode if they were brushed by the chaos energy. But River of Forgetfulness was different. He possessed the samsara saint body and also controlled the power of samsara. This was also an extreme strength. The two of them fought until the void exploded and the world shook. Behind River of Forgetfulness, an illusory wheel appeared. It rolled through the air, its power overwhelming. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Daoxian was forced backwards, blood tumbling in his chest. In terms of foundation, he was still a bit inferior to River of Forgetfulness. To make a comparison, Li Daoxian was like a nouveau riche who had suddenly soared up because of a moment of destiny. River of Forgetfulness had accumulated for a long time and had a deep background. Just as Li Daoxian was about to use his strongest move, a light voice sounded out from the distance. It's quite lively here." This voice seemed to have a strange magical power. It caused Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, Li Daoxian, and River of Forgetfulness to stop what they were doing and turn their eyes. For figures appeared in the distance. It was Jun Xiaoyao's group of 4. Jun Xiaoyao's robes were whiter than snow. Celestial light lingered around him, and his temperament was transcendent. His eyes first fell on the heroic spirit altar in the distance, and then turned back to look at Li Daoxian and the others. Brother Xiaoyao. As Ji Qingyi saw Jun Xiaoyao, her expression changed, but her attitude remained calm. On the other side, as Xiao Maxian saw Jun Xiaoyao, her mouth fell open. She was a bit stunned. As the saying goes, seeing is better than hearing 100 times. Only when one truly saw Jun Xiaoyao could they understand that the phrase, peerless immortal, was not a description, but a true portrayal of Jun Xiaoyao. Little big brother Xiaoyao is really so handsome. I love you. Xiao Maxian was stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. Her eyes shined with a brilliant light. You're Jun Xiaoyao. Li Daoxian frowned. Although he had always been disdainful of Jun Xiaoyao, now that he saw him for real, that temperament, that faint pressure, gave Li Daoxian a bad feeling. Forget Chuan also looked at Jun Xiaoyao. Although this was the first time he had seen him, he had heard about him many times from Xiao Maxian. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at Li Daoxian and Luang Chuan. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "It seems that the remaining origin of the world is with you too. Very well. I won't have to waste my time looking for it." Hearing this, a sharp light flashed in Li Daoxuan's eyes. As for Forget Chuan, her expression was calm. She said lightly, as expected of the son of God of the Jun family, "You talk big, but I have a question. Why didn't you wait until both of us were injured before you appeared?" He was competing with Li Daoxian. If Jun Xiaoyao had waited a little longer, he would have been able to benefit from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. Wasn't it better to be the Oriole? Jun Xiaoyao laughed and shook his head. "I'm sorry. To deal with you, I can just sweep through you. Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Jun Xiaoyao's words stunned everyone present. His attitude could no longer be described as arrogant. He didn't put any heaven-defying children, ancient freaks, or saintesses in his eyes at all. Jun Xiaoyao alone was enough to suppress anyone who refused to accept him. Chapter 257. Li Daoxian, River of Forgetfulness. Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian were strong. The surrounding geniuses were well aware of this. If they went up, they absolutely wouldn't be a match for the 4 of them. But now Jun Xiaoyao had arrived and said such words, leaving everyone speechless. Even Ji Qingyi, who had seen Jun Xiaoyao's strength with her own eyes, frowned as she heard this. Jun Xiaoyao's words were a bit excessive. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't care if others believed him or not. This was because Jun Xiaoyao's principles were simple. I came, I saw, I conquered. It was that simple. You also have a world source on you, and more than one. Li Daoxian looked deeply at Jun Xiaoyao. He could naturally feel the aura of the world source on Jun Xiaoyao's body. Moreover, there were even more of it than him. This caused Li Daoxuan's heart to burn with passion. After all, his goal was to obtain the source of the 10 realms and become a heaven-defying king. River of Forgetfulness also looked at Jun Xiaoyao with interest. He had also been collecting world sources, but he had only collected 2. Originally, he wanted to obtain the world source on Li Daoxian, but now Jun Xiaoyao had arrived. He was simply overflowing with wealth. The world source on him was as much as the 2 of them combined. You want to obtain my world source? It looks like you'll be following in the footsteps of Yang Pan and Fahai. Jun Xiaoyao faintly smiled. Yang Pan and Fahai, Taoist brother Xiaoyao, what happened to them? Ji Qingyi asked. They died. I killed them. Jun Xiaoyao calmly said. Ji Qingyi's clear eyes rippled. Her heart was unsettled. Heavens! Little big brother Xiaoyao, you actually killed the Little Western Paradise's Holy Son and the Jin Dynasty's Marquis Champion. Xiao Maxian covered her mouth, unable to help but cry out in alarm. These two weren't random people, but proud geniuses of immortal orthodoxies. Jun Xiaoyao even dared to casually kill them. It could be said that he was truly unscrupulous. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything. He reached out his hand and suppressed Li Daoxian and Forget Chuan at the same time. He wanted to obtain the world origin from the two of them and gather all of it before ascending the martyr's altar. Li Daoxian and Wang Chuan had a cold look on their faces when they saw Jun Xiaoyao coming at them at the same time. Just how much did he look down on them? When Ji Qingyi saw this, her expression changed slightly. Li Daoxian was a genius that she recruited for the Ren Immortal sect. If he died in the hands of Jun Xiaoyao, then all her efforts would be in vain. Just as Ji Qingyi was about to attack, Jiang Loli flashed and blocked in front of her. The proud daughter of the Jiang clan. Ji Qingyi raised her eyebrows slightly. White Lotus, don't try to disturb Xiaoyao Gij. Jiang Luoli directly attacked. On the other side, Xiao Maxian's eyes turned. She turned around, wanting to head towards the martyr's altar. But in the blink of an eye, she was blocked by two figures. They were Yu and Yan Qingying. Little big brother, big sister, what are you doing? Xiao Maxian blinked her large eyes, a pure and innocent expression on her face. But Yu didn't fall for this. He indifferently said, "Before young master ascends the martyr's altar, no one is allowed to take a single step near it." "You are too overbearing." Xiao Maxian pouted, frowning. Yu coldly snorted. Without any nonsense, he summoned the star execution destruction bow and shot an arrow at Xiao Maxian. He didn't show any mercy to Xiao Maxian just because she was pure and beautiful. To him, Jun Xiaoyao's interests were the most important. In an instant, a great battle erupted once more. The fluctuations were even more intense than before. As for the other prodigies who came here, they could only watch from afar. They couldn't participate in this battle at all, let alone approach the martyr's altar. The most intense battle was naturally Jun Xiaoyao's battle against Li Daoxian and River of Forgetfulness alone. Of these two people, one was the strongest heaven-defying child with the origin of chaos, and the other was an ancient freak of the demon sect of Samsara. Both of them had the strength to sweep through an area. It could be said that even in the celestial realm, these two people could bloom with glory and reach the peak of prodigies. Chaos Body, seeing the chaos aura surrounding Li Daoxuan's fist, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with surprise. He had heard by chance that a chaos body had appeared in the lower realms. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao had been puzzled. The chaos body, even in the celestial realm, was rare. Like the sacred body of the ancients, it was the rarest physique. How could it appear in the lower realms, so casually? Even if the 10 realms were in chaos and fate was gathering, it would still be difficult to brew a chaos body that could suppress eternity. Now, after seeing this chaos body with his own eyes, Jun Xiaoyao's doubts were resolved. This was a fake and shoddy product. He could feel that there was a mass of chaotic energy in Li Daoxuan's body. That mass of chaotic energy was the source of his chaos aura. Could it be the origin of the world that contains the power of chaos? Jun Xiaoyao speculated. That was most likely the case. Chaos Sky-Splitting Seal. Li Daoxian used his ultimate move. He pushed his hands horizontally, revealing a terrifying divine seal surrounded by chaos aura. Wherever it passed, the void would shatter. The power of this move was extremely strong. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm. He punched out, accompanied by the shadow of a dragon elephant. Now, most of the granules of the giant elephant in Jun Xiaoyao's body had been transformed into dragon elephant granules. Every move of his was accompanied by the shadow of a dragon elephant. The dragon elephant was the symbol of great power. One punch could overturn heaven and earth, reverse the universe, control the sun and the moon, and pluck the stars. Boom! The golden fist light illuminated the sky and collided with the chaos sky-splitting seal. One punch. After destroying the chaos sky-splitting seal, the fist light did not lose momentum and smashed toward Li Daoxian. Li Daoxian hurriedly used his chaos aura to form a barrier to block, but he was still sent flying by that terrifying divine power. That was 3 billion pounds of divine power. It was simply beyond the imagination of his peers. Li Daoxian spat out blood. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. His strongest move had been broken by Jun Xiaoyao with one punch. This was unimaginable. On the other hand, Wang Chuan's eyes flashed. With his identity as an ancient freak, he was actually disdainful of joining forces with others to deal with Jun Xiaoyao. But after sensing the terrifying divine power that could shatter the heavens, Wang Chuan's expression turned grave. He was an ancient freak, but he was not a fool. Now was not the time to let his emotions affect his decisions. So Wang Chuan directly attacked. The power of reincarnation erupted as if it was going to bring everything into the reincarnation void. The power of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao was slightly surprised. He was no stranger to the power of reincarnation. He had the reincarnation immortal seed, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and the paragon bone in his chest had a reincarnation divine power. He was very familiar with this power. So, it's the sacred reincarnation constitution. After probing Wang Chuan's aura, Jun Xiaoyao understood. This was also a powerful constitution. It was ranked in the top 50 of the 3,000 constitutions. It was very high. Rumor had it that there was once a peerless powerhouse with a sacred reincarnation constitution who became a great emperor. With a raise of his hand, he could pull a world into endless reincarnation and annihilate billions of lives in an instant. But Jun Xiaoyao was not afraid. He was even a little happy, because he felt that if the paragon bone wanted to transform into a complete reincarnation divine power, Wang Chuan might be an opportunity. Chapter 258. Previously, Jun Xiaoyao had devoured Qin Hao's innate spirit bone after nirvana. However, the second ability of his supreme bone still hadn't evolved. It was still missing an opportunity. And now, the opportunity had come. Jun Xiaoyao's chest, the supreme bone shone, and the black and white reincarnation nirvana light was refined. Seeing the black and white brilliance, Forget Chuan's expression finally changed. Supreme bone ability. Forget Chuan's heart trembled. Just the sacred body of the ancients was enough to shock everyone. Now, with the addition of the supreme bone, his talent was simply amazing. No wonder Xiao Maxian was so naggy before, saying how strong Jun Xiaoyao was. Forget Chuan didn't think much of it at that time, but now he experienced it. What surprised him even more was that Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone also had the power of reincarnation. Fortunately, Forget Chuan had the sacred body of reincarnation, so he didn't have to be too afraid of the power of reincarnation. Next, Forget Chuan also made his move, using the power of reincarnation to resist. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Forget Chuan's realm was the Nirvana realm, far higher than Jun Xiaoyao's. However, he couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao. For a genius like Jun Xiaoyao, fighting beyond his realm was as easy as eating and drinking. In the fight between the two, Jun Xiaoyao didn't use any of his trump cards. Instead, he was familiarizing himself with Forget Chuan's power of reincarnation. He wanted to get the opportunity and inspiration from Forget Chuan to completely transform his supreme bone. Forget Chuan also saw through Jun Xiaoyao's intentions at a glance. He said coldly, "You want to use me as a whetstone to transform your supreme bone's reincarnation ability." Jun Xiaoyao smiled and didn't say anything. Even if Forget Chuan knew his intentions, so what? Could he just give up? Forget Chuan's expression was cold. He couldn't bear to become someone else's whetstone. Therefore, Forget Chuan used his trump card. Behind him, a blurry phantom of a wheel appeared. In an instant, the world was in chaos, and the endless power of reincarnation spread. Seeing this, Li Daoxuan's eyes were filled with fear. Just now, Wang Chuan had relied on that illusory wheel to injure him. But now, the River of Forgetfulness was not simply summoning a shadow, but had completely refined his divine weapon. A roulette completely appeared behind him. As the wheel spun, it was as if it could crush the heavens and earth. On the roulette, there were carvings of the 6 paths of life. That's... Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. That roulette actually possessed a trace of the charm of an imperial armament. The divine weapon Wang Chuan had summoned was none other than the Reincarnation Demon Sect's imperial weapon, a replica of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Although the lesser 6 paths of reincarnation disc couldn't be compared to the real 6 paths of reincarnation disc, it was still a supreme weapon. Back then, Wang Chuan was the strongest prodigy of the reincarnation sect. That was why the reincarnation sect had bestowed the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc to him as a personal weapon. When Wang Chuan summoned the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The power of reincarnation rampaged through the heavens and earth. This aura even affected Ji Qing-yi, Xiao Maxian, Jiang Luoli, Yu, and the others. They all felt an extreme sense of danger, as if they would be pulled into reincarnation in the next moment. So strong! Li Daoxuan's expression was somewhat ugly, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. He had to admit that in terms of accumulation, he was completely incomparable to Wang Chuan, Jun Xiaoyao, and the others. At most, he could only be considered a nouveau riche. Big brother Xiaoyao, feeling the aura of the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Jiang Luoli's pretty face changed slightly. However, when she thought of Jun Xiaoyao's invincible appearance that swept through everything, her heart slowly calmed down. In this world, no one of the same generation as Jun Xiaoyao had appeared yet. Even an ancient freak couldn't suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing Wang Chuan bring the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc over to suppress him, Jun Xiaoyao revealed a faint smile. Wang Chuan was simply a good person. His actions were undoubtedly helping Jun Xiaoyao understand the true meaning of reincarnation. Jun Xiaoyao didn't use Pan Huang's 3 swords because he still needed to comprehend it. Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao took out the Saint King Annihilation Overlord glove and wore it on his right hand. He punched out, bringing with it tens of thousands of golden divine lights. Dragon and elephant phantoms burst forth, accompanying him from left and right, pushing through the void for tens of thousands of miles. Clang! The gloves mixed with purple divine marks collided with the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc, bursting out with astonishing fluctuations that swept through heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao blocked Wang Chuan's attack while comprehending the true meaning of reincarnation. There is nothing better to comprehend the true meaning of reincarnation than fighting against the reincarnation saint physique. The light in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes became brighter and brighter. A blazing brilliance began to coil around his chest, and the true meaning of reincarnation spread out. Jun Xiaoyao, don't even think about it. Wang Chuan's expression turned cold when he saw Jun Xiaoyao using him to sharpen his blade. He controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and unleashed an extremely powerful attack. 6 paths of reincarnation, complete destruction of heaven and earth. Rumble. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc covered the heavens, obliterating the void as it pressed down on Jun Xiaoyao. One had to admit that Wang Chuan was very strong. As an ancient freak, his strength was actually not much weaker than Zulong's Princess Longji. It was just that his aura had yet to completely merge with the current aura of heaven and earth, so he couldn't fully unleash his strength. Even so, that might was enough to make one tremble in fear. Seeing the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc pressing down on him, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were calm, and his expression was calm. He punched out, using his supreme fist technique, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 terrifying reincarnation vortexes appeared, as if all living beings of the 6 paths were sitting cross-legged. The fist light shocked the world, exploding heaven and earth. With the addition of 3 billion kilograms of divine power, this punch was simply too powerful. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disk, which was the size of an island in the sky, was directly sent flying. Wang Chuan was also affected. The blood in his chest churned, and his expression was filled with shock. That fist technique that contained the power of reincarnation made him very envious, while at the same time he was shocked. Blazing brilliance appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's chest. He took out the reincarnation fairy seed again. The entire reincarnation fairy seed merged with Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone in his chest. Then, black and white brilliance burst out from Jun Xiaoyao's chest, intertwining with each other to form a wheel. Accompanied by the appearance of the black and white wheel, the void seemed to be boiling. The second great superpower of Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone, the reincarnation disc, had finally been completely transformed. Until now, Jun Xiaoyao's supreme bone had a total of 4 great superpowers. Among the God superpowers, there was the incomplete light of God tribulation and the complete hand of God. Among the reincarnation superpowers, there was the incomplete light of reincarnation and the complete reincarnation disc. Wang Chuan, it seems that I, the Son of God, have to thank you. Next, it's time for me, the Son of God, to repay you. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. The repayment that he spoke of was naturally not a real repayment. Now that his supreme bone had successfully transformed, he naturally did not need to be entangled with Wang Chuan anymore. He were the annihilation overlord Sage King Glove and used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At the same time, the supreme bone in his chest released the reincarnation disc. Golden divine light surged between his eyebrows, and the Origin Emperor Dao sword broke through the air. Jun Xiaorao used all his powerful moves to forcefully suppress Wang Chuan and seize the world's origin.